Hello, Kalu Kalay. My name is Notepad Anon, and I write games for fun. However, we are not writing a game today. We're instead going to be going over a few. Hello, welcome to the Spooky Days. Spooky RPGs as I cough up a lung. Hello, welcome. Yes. Scary games, and I obviously I am in my obviously I am in my Halloween outfit, my glow sona, you could say. We've got Tiny Doge obviously in he's as Shinji Ikari. Yes, I tried to do the most horrifying thing I could. I thought of like, oh, I'll be an axe murderer. Oh, no, I'm just like, I'll just be Johnny Law. Welcome, say hello, everyone, to the feds. But hello, yes. Horror, scary things, spooky, scary nightmare monsters beyond the colors of time. Horror is one of the most fascinating genres in, well, anything, really. You can find horror just about anywhere. Horror is ever present, it's always there, and we're always gradually more terrified of it. It's always that feeling of, oh no, there's something in the closet. Oh no, I want to be scared. And people like being scared, I've learned. People really enjoy horror. And if I bring up my, if I bring up my horror genre, if I bring up my horror genre chart here, this is the full chart as I've learned, because you can see things like, oh well, there's the horror genre, you have the gore genre, psychological, there's killers, there's monsters, it's paranormal. Then you have all the the secondary ones, like horror romance, creepy kids, meta, and anthology ones, but straight up body horror. Oh, it's aliens. Oh, it's a werewolf. Oh, it's demons. There's a lot of horror films, and some some things are barely considered horror, but still claim that it is. Because, like, to some, do you think that The Evil Dead is horror? And I mean classic Evil Dead. There's a lot of people who say, absolutely not, because Evil Dead is a goofy... Evil Dead is a goofy movie about a man with a chainsaw hand fighting off things called the Deadites. It's like, oh, alright, that's a horror movie? Like, yeah, it's a horror movie, nominally speaking. It's scary. There are things that are frightening about it. But, like, do you consider, like, is it the same thing as Scream? Like, these are two very different movies. But they're still horror. I think that's one of the most fascinating aspects about horror, is that you can have so many different interpretations. Is Halloween 2 a horror movie? Halloween 2 is a comedy. Like, Halloween 2, like, you have a lot of these different kinds of movies, and then you just have movies that are completely strange, that barely make any sense. Such as Rob Zombie's Halloween 2, or the other Halloween 2. The fact that there are now 3 Halloween 2s is very fascinating to me. And that's just something we all have to live with. Yes, all 3 Halloween 2s that are all different, by the way. But, like, horror has, like, escalated over the years. You know, things have changed. Because there's, like, people think, like, oh, Freddy Krueger is, like, the apex, like, scary slasher villain. Here's a dream demon that goes into your nightmares and fucking kills you. But there are also people who are like, oh my god, the scariest thing ever to be, made is Freddy fucking Fazbear. Is Five Nights at Freddy's horror? Tell me that. Look at that face and tell me Five Nights at fucking Freddy's is horror. And nominally speaking, yes, it is a horror franchise. It is a spooky, scary franchise that has just been is Candyman horror. There's a lot of different interpretations, and generally speaking, like you get things like slasher movies. We all love slasher movies. Slasher movies are pretty much about a guy who runs around with an axe or something and tries to kill people and kills people. But then you have like, oh, it's a psychological horror one, being like, oh, well, you get jump scared. Is dead like you get things like Dead Space, or Dead Space is a horror game. At the end of the day, Dead Space is a game about a random dude getting into a spaceship full of flesh monsters that want to eat him and usually dismember him. This is in the same caliber as the fucking Exorcist. Fucking Exorcist, with many people claim to be the apex, horror film. But I think that's a lot of different horror films or things. My mother loves horror, so she usually makes me watch them. I'm not a big fan of horror. I'm a self-admitted little bitch. When around being scared. I don't like horror movies. They scare me. I'm like, oh no, spooky. But then I can watch something like Jason X, because Jason X is the quintessential horror film. Because in Jason X, there is a cyborg battle halfway through, and it's a completely unironic cyborg battle with a cyborg Jason fighting a cyborg sex machine. This is just the thing that occurs in this. Yes, remember this, everyone. This is a unironic plot point. I forgot this exists. And then you have things like Dead by Daylight, which is like, oh well, we're a scary franchise. We're a scary game for scary thing. I feel no fear. I feel no fear from Dead by Daylight. I feel nothing. I feel anger. I feel anger at someone being stupid and camping a hook. I feel anger when survivors decide that they want to go really fast and rush gens. I feel nothing but hatred in my bones. But this is just a thing that exists. Is this scary? Is this horror? Stranger Things horror? I'm gonna die on the inside. Now, one of the things that I find really fascinating is horror TTRPG. Horror TTRPG. Now, you may be thinking, well, obviously, there's the big one himself, Call of Cthulhu. Wow, Call of Cthulhu is a horror game. Look at it, it's super spooky, because, it's H.P. Lovecraft. H.P. Lovecraft is scary, right? This is a look at this man. He does the fish people. Lovecraft is scary. Call of Cthulhu is a direct interpretation of his works. Even though they would love to make sure that you know that he was a bad person, but they will still make money off of it. So Call of Cthulhu is probably the most popular by metrics of hundreds, thousands, millions even of popularity. This is the horror game in the sphere, which is really weird to say. And the real horror, yes, if you read the Lee's Delta Green adventure, the real horror is Orange Man. Look, someone gets killed with a sleeping bag of Jason X. Truly is the greatest. Hey, holy fuck, no, Pat is an IRS agent. Truly, the most terrifying being. But yeah, it's like, okay, this is our quintessential horror role-playing experience. This is horror, in our sphere. So I'm like, okay, what other horror games are there? There's got to be other ones, because there's a lot of Cthulhu games, like Cthulhu Mythos TTRPGs. Like, I don't think people quite understand. There is a shit ton of Cthulhu games out there. And, it's one of those things where you don't really think about it. Like, if we go to, DTRPG, for example, good old DTRPG, nothing can go wrong here. And I just Googled Cthulhu. Cthulhu mythos genre. Let's see, what games do we have? Oh, we have a fuck ton of different games. Because, like, it's easy being like, oh, well, Delta Green, is it? Dark Space, is it? Oh, well, here's a Suede Horror Companion. Here's Viral. I don't know what the fuck that is. Shadows and Secrets. Insanity Everlasting. All of these different games. And Brindlewood Bay, which we'll talk about some of that. Chronicles of Darkness. There we go. That's another one. World of Darkness. World of Darkness is horror. You play the monster, but World of Darkness is horror, obviously. This is also one of our biggest horror role-playing games, a game where you can play an edgy vampire. Oh. Like, oh no. Because probably, like, you get things like Delta Green. You also end up with, like, oh, here is 10 Candles. Is Monte Cook's 10 Candles game? Is this it? Yeah. This is a completely... You have to play it with tea lights. And it's like, oh... Yeah, it's a gimmick game, really, and that gimmick is very aggressive. Best horror games with RPG elements, and they cite fucking Amori. This is, again, you kind of even see it here, horror TTRPG, and they cite Darkest Dungeon, Vampire the Masquerade, Bloodlines, and Bloodborne. Cool. Vaesen is one. Vaesen's Nordic horror. Shiver, I've actually seen Shiver. That's classic horror reimagined. But you'll also get things like, probably one of the better known ones is Dread. This is Dread. Now you may be wondering, how do we play Dread? How do we play such a game? And the answer is, you play Jenga. That is how you play Dread. You play Jenga. Is there anything more innocent or more intoxicating than that? No, you play Dread. That's all you do. You play Dread, you play Jenga. Are probably one of our best known horror games in TRPGs is fucking Jenga. The horror of the modifiers. Yeah, so it's like, oh, okay, what kind of other horror RPGs are there? I wanted to see. I didn't want to see anything that was too simple. That was my thing. I was like, I want something a little bit esoteric. Give me that weird shit. Come on, hit me with that weird. So, we've got a few games to go over today. All of them are a little bit different. A little bit strange, a little bit mysterious, as you might even say. Let me bring it up. Where are you? I hit the wrong... Okay, there we go. So, the games we're going to be going over today are, Yep, Final Girl. Final Girl is not a very long game by any metric. Myrrorside. I was actually sent this game. I meant to go over it a long time ago, but we have the Eldritch Care Unit, and let me also bring up Old Gods of Appalachia, the role-playing game. You know, this one. This is just weird to talk about. And of course, we have a classic. Actually, we have a decided classic. Welcome to Kult. This isn't Kult, you know, whatever the fuck they call the new one. Divinity Lost. Oh no, this is Kult, First Edition. Oh, we've got a Manly. Well, Manly's also in his favorite Halloween costume. Shaco Manly. Oh yes, French game. Now, I'm going to say this about Kult. One thing I want everyone to remember, which I find to be very funny, Kult is actually owned by Tencent. I want you all to remember that. Kult is owned by Tencent, and I find that very funny. There is a very long series of events with this one, which is very strange, but it's beautiful in its own right. So I will say this: what are we all feeling today? What are we thinking of? What do we want to? We got 2 for Kult right off the bat. So we've got 2 for Kult. Let me actually get things set up correctly a little bit. We need to put you then. Yeah, so we're looking like we're doing Kult. So let me just upload these in the correct place because I didn't put them correctly and I lost the PDFs of the character sheets. You may be wondering, Notepad, how do you lose PDFs of character sheets? Don't question it. Don't think about it too hard. Just know that I did in fact lose it. So there we go. Let me just put you all in. So, Kult. How do we explain Kult? Well, first things first, we need to explain where the hell this game came from. So, Kult, death is only the beginning. On the borderland between terror and madness, dreams and death. Welcome to the lie. As you can tell, this is a incredibly janky scan of the game. You can't buy Kult really anymore. I'll say that right now. Now, you may be seeing this. Metropolis LTD. You know, it's like, oh, printed in the US. You see all these things and you're like, huh, this seems a little bit strange, a little bit weird, but we do actually have some things to talk about. Let's talk about Kult. Good kabarashi. Now, you may I kind of open this up being like Kult is owned technically by Tencent. So there's something we need to talk about. So, who made Kult? Kult is technically, there's 3 editions of Kult. There's 4 editions of Kult. Now, you see right here, contemporary horror game by these 2. I actually tried to find these 2. This is Gunilla Johnson and Michael Peterson. I am sneezing so much today. You may be wondering, who the hell who are these people? These are the original Swedish writers. They made the Mutant and Kult franchise. Because, you know, Mutant. Mutant Year Zero is actually based off a Swedish role-playing game of the same name. You kind of see this. This is the original Mutant. We would call it, you know, Mutant Chronicles, Mutant Underground. And in 2014, Free League would call it Mutant Year Zero. Because remember, Mutant Year Zero is not actually theirs. It's a licensed product. Free League has been licensing products from the very beginning. I actually thought they bought the rights to it. They didn't. They completely they bring it over effectively. This is the company that actually did it. So I was like, "Oh, Target Games, this is impossible to fucking find. Because it's a terrible goddamn name." Yeah, they, published their Swedish role-playing game under Evinsprill. Yeah, these 2 they're just role-play, like, they just made Kult First Edition. You gotta remember, this Kult First Edition. This is literally, to give you an idea, their company is called Target Games, and their label for publishing role-playing games was called Adventure Games. I fucking hate the Swedish. I hate the Swedish. But, effectively, they published all of their different games. They published a lot of Swedish role-playing games. When they filed for bankruptcy, they're actually gone. Target Interactive, which became Paradox Interactive. Yeah. I want you to remember this. By sheer technicality, Target Games would go to a completely different company, which would become Paradox Interactive. We've got ties to Paradox Interactive. There was a time, for a moment, for one moment, that Paradox Interactive could have owned Kult. Paradox Interactive was previously but no longer a division of Paradox Entertainment, owners and developers of properties such as Conan, the Conan the Barbarian series. But things start getting a little bit funky here. Because these were the guys, mind you. Target Games published Tricarno Demona, Mutant Chronicles, and Kult. The quintessential Swedish role-playing game, Tricarno Demonor, or Dragonbane, was also published by these guys. It's freely gone, not freely gan. You forgot the war game. Yes, the war game everything. 2014. Yeah, so it's like, oh, alright. What? Huh? So we have like a lot of weird connections here, but you may be wondering, what do I mean by... what do I mean by its own my Tencent? Well, it's this right here. Cabinet Entertainment, previously known as Paradox Entertainment, because the guy who made it, you see the Frederick Malmberg here. Hello, let's Google Frederick Malmberg. This is Frederick. This guy owned Cabinet Entertainment, which owned Paradox Entertainment, which was a subgroup of Target Games and in turn Adventure Games. So to give you all a very basic idea, this guy owned pretty much Sweden's numero uno company when it came to like adventure game stuff. And when that folded, he would later take all of the IPs he owned and made another company. So just to put you where we are right now, the rights for this are already getting weird, but this is where things started getting really fucked up. Cabinet Entertainment actually owned, because... Wait, is he this way? I'm curious. Who's the CEO of Paradox? Like, CEO Paradox Yeah, he's got ties to different people. Let's just say he's got a lot of ties to people all of a sudden. Lots of different ties to people. Let's look at his LinkedIn. I'm curious. Oh God, you want me to... Give me 1 second. I gotta join the fucking... So, to give you an idea, this is Heroic Signatures. Now, we're going to talk about Heroic Signatures in Pathfinder Media LLC. Not Pathfinder, very different. Perilous Worlds. All the things here. This is his thing is Cabinet Entertainment. Paradox Entertainment. Which, remember, Paradox Entertainment, we'll get to you in a second. Paradox Entertainment would become Paradox Interactive. So he was actually like a major individual in the birth of Paradox Interactive. It says Target here. This isn't Target. This is Target of what we were just talking about over here for Kult. You kind of see Yeah, Target Games. The first project was Europa Universalis. Company also launched and duck out all LP's assets from its parent company, renaming itself Paradox Entertainment AB. For a brief moment, Europa Universalis and everything else, which would become Paradox Entertainment, because he stopped doing it in 2013 because he had a different company. Because Cabinet Entertainment, which things get a little bit weird, Cabinet Entertainment owns all the rights to Conan the fucking Barbarian. He still owns probably a lot of stock in Paradox Interactive. He owns all the Conan Barbarian stuff. You see the 2011 Conan film? This was him. It was entirely his thing because he owns the right. You see the production companies, Paradox Entertainment. That's what Paradox Entertainment is. Cabinet Entertainment. Oh. He literally... He spun off a different company to acquire his old company, and he bought a bunch of different things. Now, this is where things get a little bit weird. 2018, Cabinet joins with video game publisher Funcom. Set up Heroic Signatures. This is Heroic Signatures. Heroic Signatures actually owns all of these rights. This is one thing you gotta remember. They own Conan. They own Mutant and Mutant Year Zero. Free League does not actually own the rights to Mutant or Mutant Year Zero. They are effectively licensing it from them. They own the Year Zero engine, but nothing else. Solomon Kane, Cull, Mutant Chronicles, and in turn, Kult. All of these are these Heroic Signatures, and they all also own a bunch of other IPs you kind of see here. And it's like, what? Huh? What? 2020 announced Netflix developed a Conan t-shirt involving Frederick Malmberg, who owned Pathfinder Media at this point, but not something else. Yeah. And then in 2021, Funcom acquired the Cabinet Group, parent company to Cabinet Entertainment. Funcom legitimately bought him. They bought him. Now, you may be wondering, wait, Funcom? Funcom? What? But Notepad, isn't Funcom? Funcom, as of 2020, actually is owned by Tencent. Funcom is owned by Tencent. That's its parent company. So, directly speaking, all of the Conan's properties, all of the Cull properties, Solomon Kane companies, all of these different companies, all of these different like franchises we were just dealing with, they are all owned by Tencent. Mutant Year Zero is a Tencent property, indirectly. We're very far removed, mind you. We're like 4 or 5 layers deep at this point. But technically speaking, Mutant Year Zero, Solomon Kane, Conan, all of these other shit is owned by Tencent. Because I'm like, Funcom's owned by Tencent. How did they buy it? I'm like, nope. So, indirectly speaking, I want you all to remember, Tencent does own Kult. This is an important fact of life. Tencent does have TRPG ties, and they also own Free League's ass. This was my favorite part of the entire investigation. Learning that fucking Tencent owns all this shit. And I'm like, how? How did we get here? Why does Tencent own these things? Why does Tencent own Conan? Why does fucking Tencent own Kult? That's such a weird thing. Yes, Wusso? Does Tencent own Freely? Mutant Year Zero is directly the Mutant franchise is owned by Tencent. Mutant Year Zero in turn exists because of Tencent. Does Tencent own every Free League IP? Let's take a look. Let's just take a like Free League publishing. Which, mind you, if I look deep enough, I can probably find some weird connection, because there was like one guy who this fucking Malmberg guy has apparently created this entire Swedish game industry by himself. So Dragonbane indirectly is owned by Tencent because of the rights holding. Mutant Year Zero is owned by Tencent. Tales from the Loop. Who owns Tales from the Loop? Nathaniel Halpburn. Simon Stahlhag. Simon Stahlhag. So, no, Simon Stahlhag, that we know anyway, does not belong to that. Forbidden Lands, I believe, does not. Who owns the Alien franchise? Disney owns the main. Of course. Technically, Disney owns the Alien franchise, so Disney makes sure that exists. Mutant Year Zero, The One Ring, obviously, they do not own. Vaesen, they believe they own. Paradox Interactive. Yeah, and technically, I believe they also own Twilight 2000 directly. They might license it, though. Actually, who owns the Twilight 2000? Technically, I guess it would be Far Future. Yeah, so 2021 would be the 4th edition. Yeah, so it would be technically, yeah, they're the ones who own. So no, like most of Free League stuff doesn't actually belong to Free League, technically. But there is more than one thing that is directly owned by Tencent. I love it. They do not own Tales from the Loop. They do not own Morkborg. Morkborg is owned by a Swedish company, a Swedish death metal like hipster bar. That's effectively who owns Morkborg. Well, Disney bought. Yeah, it's You don't realize some things until you start delving into it, but just some of the weird shit that goes into Kult. But let's go over Kult. What is Kult? Let me see if I can find a good image. You know what? We'll use this. So I'm going to summarize the lore of Kult for everyone, just as briefly and as simply as I can. So, God left. God is gone. God, like literally Judeo-Christian God, got up and fucking left. Because of this, all of the angels and demons are like, what's going on? And they have come to Earth, and they've come to Earth and live in the cities, because that is where they can sneak in a lot easier. They all hate one another, but they don't really know what's going on anymore, because Judeo-Christian God is actually just gone. The Morning Star, Lucifer Morningstar, is quite literally trying to find God to justify his own existence. Horrible, horrible things go on. magic and cryptic bullshit is going on, it doesn't really do a great job of explaining itself very much. So instead, I'm going to bring in the most talented man I can to, he's going to be the one to guide us through our darkest hour. And of course, we're going to be Perky Boy, who's a cultist, obviously, but not a cultist, no, not that way. He's a kebab store owner. And a typical man from the 90s, too radical for his own good, also Albanian. So this is our man. And that's gonna teach us how to cult. Are you ready to learn how to cult, fellow Bingchlings? Are you ready to cult, fellow Chinese citizens? That's too much racism contained in a singular person for Twitch Notepad. Oh, again, just look at his skills down here. It's even better. So, what is it? Well, let's dive into it. What is this game? At its very simplest, what you're gonna need to do is called a skill throw. Anytime you do something, you're gonna take a d20 and you're gonna try to roll under your stat or skill. That's all you need to do. So, for example, oh no, Perky, you need to lift something heavy. Make me a strength check. I rolled a 3. And because you rolled a 3, you would have got 13 degrees of success. Oh no, Perky, I need a charisma roll from you. Oh man, you rolled a 17. That's 10 degrees of failure. These also apply to your skills. So you kind of see down here, you see with his rifle, he's a very good shot with his rifle. He's going to be able to roll like, oh no, I need to shoot you with a gun. I've rolled an 18. That's a direct hit. Technically, degree of 0. I've just hit you dead on. That's all that happens. The effect is 0. I've scratched you, probably. The higher you're able to get that effect, the better any result is going to be. So if you roll a 2 and your skill is 18, that's 16, and that's really good. If you roll a 16 and you have a 3, then you have 13 degrees of failure. Things can go extremely wrong or extremely right. That's all that really happens. Oh, given the blood splatters, to give you an idea, the actual character sheet of the book looks kind of like this. So I'm like, you know what? I'll go online and find one. And it's very difficult to find them, by the way. Because obviously, who the fuck is playing Kult in the year of our Lord 2023? So no one's playing Kult. So what I have to do is I just found pretty much a fan character sheet to make things as easy as possible. So that's why there's blood on it, for thematic's sake. Now, the big idea, what you gotta do, there's actually 2 ways to make a character. There is the actual way you're supposed to, and the simplified version. Please just choose the simplified version. It makes your life a lot easier, and I'll tell you why when we get to it. So, one of the main things is an archetype. You want to pick an archetype. Now, these archetypes kind of give you a general idea of how to play a character. Oh, well, you want to play a Decker from Blade Runner? You can. You want, its advantages and disadvantages, professions and skills. The thing is, you don't... Here's the thing, you don't need to play an archetype. The best way to think about archetypes is Shadowrun archetypes. This is the thing you gotta remember, this is Shadowrun archetypes. You don't have to play them directly, but if you do play them, awesome. Now, yeah, the archetype determines a simplified character. That's kind of the big thing when it comes to it. A simplified character, you take an archetype. They make a very big deal of archetypes throughout the book, but you really don't need to use them. So, What's our ability scores? Well, our ability scores are pretty standard stuff. Agility, strength, constitution, comeliness. Yes, we have a comeliness rating. Ego, charisma, perception, and education. Now, these might look a little bit familiar. Hey, Notepad, I hear you say, aren't these effectively like the, Call of Cthulhu kind of BRP stats in a certain degree? And the answer is yes. Yes, they are. One of the weird things is education and ego, because we go down to skills. Effectively what happens is whatever your maximum skill is, your ability is, that's what kind of like your maximum skill's supposed to be. We'll get to why that's a little weird. Now, for example, the thing with ego that makes it weird is, well, to put it very basic, ego does everything. All of these things, electronics, first aid, hypnosis, information retrieval, all of those are ego-based skills. Having academic skills, your education, requires you to have a higher education value to take that you're a psychologist. But being a trained electrician only requires good ego. So, because of this, we can only attribute that we live in an egoist heaven. It's my God-given right. It's my God-given right to perform electronic maintenance, even though I don't know what electronics are. Normally what you have is 150 points. They say, oh, you have 100 points. They're lying to you. You have 150. Why do they lie to you? I don't know. However, simplified characters roll. I don't know why, but they do roll. I rolled for my stats. I did not assign them. I rolled for them. I actually had a higher comeliness rating, but I realized that I had rolled 5 over 100 and reduced it down to 100 exactly. I could probably bump my stats up a little bit more, but I wanted to play a kebab shop owner. That was my real dream, to become a kebab man. But these are our various stats. Nothing too exciting in that regard. If you get older, anytime ability throws are very common. Like, I would say these are better to have than your actual skills. So perception, it's like, hey, like, oh, you had 100 points to distribute. They keep saying that, but I'll tell you why that's kind of also bullshit. Here's your agility. What's your strength look like? What's your constitution look like? What's your comeliness rating look like? These aren't very, you know what to do, and even comeliness is like, they're like, yeah, we don't have any roles for that. But here's charisma. Here's ego. Here's perception. Haha. Yeah, ego measures intelligence, memory, and willpower. I do like the fact that you can just be a dumb motherfucker, but have a really high education. You're just stupid. Like, you're just fucking dumb. But hey, you have like a PhD. Over 15, every step represents 2 years. Among people up to 15, the education also equal to the number of years you went to school. Technically, if we're being really particular, Perky only went to school for 11 years. Because he just rolled poorly. Why? I don't know. I do not know. Now, you do have things like your load capacity, the number of actions you have, because agility is the best stat in the game. Did you really think that it wasn't going to be the best stat in the game? Fucking agility. But yeah, it is. Agility is really good because you get initiative bonuses with it. You get action bonuses with it. Yes, action bonuses, because there are multiple actions, whatever your movement is. Now we get to damage capacity. This is one of those incredibly strange mechanics that make more sense when you read it. But to put it very basic, put it in most simple of terms. Every single character has a set of wounds. And it's like, oh, hey, you have, you have sustained damage. Let's say I've done 2 scratches to you. Scratches don't do anything. However, when I hit 5 scratches, in a location, mind you, it upgrades to a light wound. If I have 4 scratches in another, nothing is actually happening. If I have 4 light wounds, it upgrades to a serious wound. If I have 3 serious wounds, it upgrades to a fatal wound. Now, you may be wondering, wow, that means you're pretty hardy, right? No, you're actually incredibly not hardy. You can die in a single hit. Instant death is possible in this game. Because it is possible to roll a fatal wound, and everyone has 1 fatal wound, which means that you can immediately die. On the other hand, you also have everyone has a fatal wound, which allows you to fucking shoot a vampire in the skull and kill it instantly. So remember that. Endurance. Endurance is the coolest worst point of... I don't know why this exists, guys. I'm gonna be perfectly frank with you here. The idea of endurance is, your endurance decreases by 3 points per hour every kilo you carry above your low capacity when you exert yourself. They don't talk about endurance very much. It's not your health, but it's your ability to maintain the fight effectively. If your endurance runs out, you're just fatigued and bad things happen. However, I have 120 endurance. You will keep endurance unless you are tracking every single aspect of it. But it also is very important for magic, so bear that in mind. Now, dark secrets. Dark secrets. So, your dark secret is something that's haunting you, something bad, something terrifying. Oh no, something that is the darkness in your heart. Your dark secret haunts you. It makes you a mediocre person. However, Draco, I hate to break it to you, but we have a dark secret as well. Perky Boy is actually a Turco-Greek. He's not even Albanian. He is the apex racist, but a hatred. So, he's a man who pretends he's Albanian, but he in fact is not. He is a Turco-Greek. And this family secret haunts him. Every day it haunts him. That this man over here, this hunk of meat, is in fact not a pure Albanian stock. Do these do anything? No. Also, get ready for the best archetypes available. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The Avenger. The Dealer. La Femme Fatale. The Private Investigators. Now we start getting into the weird ones. A Veteran. Yeah, you want to play a Veteran. And of course, Secret Agent. Alright. Company Careerist. Yes, you can play just a guy. You want to play Patrick Bateman, you totally can. You want to play a student, yes, you can play a student. A mad scientist. This is when I realized they were just trying to ape Shadowrun, because this is legitimately the city fucking samurai. Yes, they have city samurai. Yeah, why is there a city samurai in this? Like, why? Why is there... Yeah, perfect 80s, 90s outfit. Perfect clothing, the artist, and of course my favorite, rock musician, or outsider. Yes, rock musician. Yeah! Hey, you want to play a rocker boy? Yeah, because we're actually now Cyberpunk 2020. Yeah, outsider, Man, outsider, what's your awesome profession? Oh, unemployed. Yeah, these don't do anything, actually. Just backgrounds, effectively. So, okay. Advantages and disadvantages have to be real important. Now, these are the light and the darkness inside of within a person. The advantages make life difficult and hinder and scare you, and takes an energy to struggle against. Make it easier if they can learn. Make friends, learn things, understand, and accept. It's... The idea is that these are, like, pretty important character beats, and they build and lower a system called your mental balance. The lower your mental balance, the more fucked up extreme you are. The higher your mental balance, the more natural and more friendly and more, you could say, godly you are. You are a very, very interesting, nice person. You know, they say, hey, you don't gotta balance these out. I indirectly balance them out. I was like, cool. As a kebab store owner, I try to choose skills that are connected to advantages and disadvantages. That make far more coherent character. Total of negative, you lose that number from your 150 skill points. Because, yeah, you also do have 150 skill points. Now you do, anyway. You didn't before. Before you had 100, but now you have 150. Because he's literally me. Yeah, to give you an idea, you can play, K, or you can also play, you can play kind of just a variety of Ryan Goslings in this game. I do enjoy the fact that we can just play endless amounts of Ryan Gosling. So, like, alright, easy enough, you know, surplus advantages. Effectively, what it's saying is, if you have more disadvantages, you get bonus points to your skills to, quote, balance you out. If you are positive, you actually have fewer points in your skills. As Perky is quite literally the perfect man at 0 mental balance, he doesn't have to worry about that. So these are our mental balances. Now, we're an egotist, we're fanatic, we are also incredibly intolerant of others, and we have a mental compulsion to call others boss man. Intuition-wise, we can read others very well. We can intuit your Balkanness by virtue of just talking to you. While our sixth sense is our Balkan senses. We can sense the supernatural nearly as well. We can sense supernatural things just as much as we can understand that you're Bulgarian. Is that are you a fucking Serbian? Entering my store? Entering my kebab store? So, you might be saying, oh, wow, and, you know, bad reputation, you've got a curse, you've got a death wish, manic depressive, oath of revenge. schizophrenia. Schizophrenia is one. Sexual neurosis. Sexually tantalizing. Kult featuring Ryan Gosling, and Patrick Bateman. With a cameo of Albanian Man, which is actually Turco Greek. Again, your party can quite literally roll up and all of you are playing Ryan Gosling or Patrick Bateman, and you can also just pull up with the kebab store owner. Being like, yeah, sorry, this is my thing. Now, you may be saying, alright, what does animal enmity do? Nothing. What is bad luck? The thing is, like, bad luck actually occurs. You always determine outcome of chance. The game master rolls a d20. The result of 5 or less, the worst possible thing happens. Bad reputation. People don't like you. If you do anything foolish in public, people are inclined to start looking for ropes and trees. You've got a horrible curse. What does the curse do? Hey, people around you die. Whenever you go, happen. Incapable of staying in any way more than a month or two. Predestined to die at a certain event in life. Evil altered ego. No merits, all glory, and no honor for what you'll done be given to other people. Your soul belongs to an angel of death. Or has the ghoul or other creature to collect it when your mental balance goes under 50. Depression, drug addiction, habitual liar. Some of these don't do anything. Like, this is like one thing to note. Like, you don't actually get... There's very few mechanics to these. And... it's a lot of, like, more narrative stuff. And it's like, oh, well, you've got, higher ones. It's a mistaken identity. You have a mortal enemy. You swear oaths of revenge against people. You're paranoid. You're scared of things. You're just straight up persecuted. Rationalist. You firmly believe anything that is not acceptable to modern science. You're just like, no. Your outlook is pretty much held by the authors of this game and the other modern secularized people. The problem is that the world isn't quite what you think. Schizophrenia. To see the veils of reason which most people surround themselves to fend off madness. To give you an idea, schizophrenia is actually a superpower in Kult. This is a very important idea. With the cameo. Can I be a rationalist schizo? Nothing is saying you can't. Yeah, that's the thing. You can quite literally, yeah, as a schizophrenic, you have the belief, like, you have a very powerful tool, because you can actually see the darkness inside of it. Just become a magician with schizophrenia and you are doing way better than you should. Sexual neurosis. You may also be grossly oversexed. Often the two are combined to make a truly screwed up personality. Maybe frigid nymphomaniacs. Frigid, I'm normally frightened of sex. Sadomasochist, aberration that affects their sexual functioning. Sex murderers and pedophiles should not be allowed as player characters. I do enjoy that line. It's like, yeah, no. Persons of the opposite sex or same sexual persuasion are so fascinated by your beauty and personality, they cannot stop thinking about how to get in bed with you. All communication is disturbed by their infatuation. They keep losing their concentration when you speak to them, keep their gaze fixed on your breast/groin. To give you an idea, if you want to play a harem protagonist, except all your harem members are actually yanderes, just pick up sexually tantalizing. You are clearly not in the best state of being. split personalities. You're very touchy with your unwilling mediums. So, alright, advantages have to do things. They don't also do anything. Like, hey, animal friends are also good with wolf men. Like, yeah, you have animal friendship, and you... Anytime, if the GM is, like, making a small hint that there's going to be a werewolf somewhere in this, pick up animal friendship, you'll be on their Christmas card list. Ah, yes, here's our... Yeah, here's our, horrific tribe of cannibalistic, wolfmen, and here's John. We like John. John's a nice guy. He comes to the Christmas party every year. That's animal friendship. You have a talent. This is also broken. Body awareness is really, really broke. Because this actually is one of the very few things that let you take over, like, benefits. You see, like, people with body awareness expend only half the number of normal skill points to learn dancing, meditation, and martial arts. Martial arts are really fucking good, by the way, which, if you ever want to play a martial artist, just play take body awareness, man. You need it, because that's how you're gonna pick up your magic. Yeah, code of honor, cultural flexibility. For about 5 minutes, I thought about taking cultural flexibility, where Perky's just friendly with everyone except other Balkanites, but I'm like, nah. Endure pain, endure torture. Yeah, endure pain is different than endure torture. And enhanced awareness is also really good. Yeah, you can read other people. Mathematical talents, motherliness is one. Yeah, no man except the most callous or mentally warped will attack or insult you. Yeah, like, magical intuition is a very good one as well. Make sure you remember your auras. So, yeah, high mental bent protects against terrifying events. So, if you have a negative balance, you emit a weak aura. Advantages drop, yeah. But if you hit negative 100, you are effectively a psycho. You are a fucking nut job. And you permanently lose control of your disadvantages. Everything drops by points to meet the balance of, for every balance point under, so you're losing all your benefits. However, if you end up getting to plus 100, you quite literally can legitimately, by 75 mental balance, things can no longer possess you. You automatically get advantage body control in addition to everything else, and you get it. You can also eliminate your disadvantages. So by being a better person, by sheer technicality, if he were to ever hit 100 mental balance, he would slowly stop being egotist, fanatic, intolerant, or have the mental compulsion to call others boss man. Anything you do is going to start shifting things. And that's kind of like, oh, well, you're going back and around. Skills are pretty simple. Now, normally, you get 150 skill points to distribute among all your skills. 150. Unless you get 100. But then you don't get 100. Then you get 100 again. It's kind of... Yeah. Generally speaking, I didn't actually distribute that. I chose to just use the simplified option. Because if you choose the simplified option, you have 2 skills at 18, 2 at 15, and 8 at 10. You don't really care what it is. I like this system a lot better, because it's a lot simpler to just plug those numbers in. Though, as you can kind of see, there are a lot of skills, but a lot of these skills are debatably useful. Can phobia be racism? That yandere family comic, like, can phobia be racism? Phobia Balkan people. Draco, they're not afraid of me. I'm not afraid of them. They're afraid of me. A Serb enters my shop. See, remember, this is the 80s and 90s. We can be racist toward one another in Yugoslavia. Oh. Let's throw hands. So, as you kind of see, like, acrobatics, dodge is always useful. And then you get skills like scuba diving. Scuba diving is a unique skill. Now, mind you, this is an important thing to note. This game is nominally set in a city. Like a city. They make a big point of saying this is about the city. And you could pick up scuba diving. Melee throwing weapons, they kind of let you play whatever you want there. There is unarmed combat as well as martial arts. Pick one, don't pick both. Ego-based skills, accounting, computers, cooking, because he makes the best kebabs in the city, obviously. I decided to give him an 18 there. He does speak 3 languages. He speaks Albanian fluently. He speaks English and Greek at a not great level, and the only reason he speaks Greek is to insult Greek people more efficiently. He is a man of the world, though, because man of the world is the strangest skill I've in here. Like, there's a lot of strange ones. You want to have seamanship, written report, fortune telling. You want to have fortune telling as a skill. You want to have glider piloting, fighter jet piloting. Again, it's one of those things. We're going to note that this is going to be the theme of this case is books that are weird. Because some of these skills make sense. All right. Oh, information retrieval. First aid. All right. Hypnosis, all right, makes sense for the time. Estimate value, all right. Okay, crafting is useful. Scuba diving. Bugging. They actually have a big thing on bugging. Not buggering, very different. Bugging as in, like, bugging a phone. Oh. Diplomacy, disguise, etiquette. Like, singing and dancing are skills that they want to get people to take quite often. You're like, oh, all right. Like, there every now and again you read some parapsychology, which is actually fairly important. Every now and again, there's like 1 or 2 skills always in. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck are you on about? Now, do they talk about weapon maneuvers really? No. They don't really talk about weapon maneuvers at all. It's just like, generally speaking, the better you do, the better your quality, the better you're doing. So, for example, oh no, boss man needs to cook. I'm cooking at our restaurant. We want to make something real good. I rolled a 6. I rolled a 13 on my cooking score. On my cooking skill, since it is a creative skill, pretty normal. Even more qualified people are fooled and impressed. Your friends love it. Professional piece. If I were to get a bonus to it, let's say I've got my full kitchen. I'm in the fucking zone. Rolled a 7. Let's say I got a +8 on that because this is my fucking place. Suddenly it's not a 7 and not 11. It's now going to be a 19, which 19 would be good. Many professional fooled and impressed. Your friends are ecstatic. Yeah, you fool everyone. Mm-hmm. Most people can cook a meal if they have stove and some ingredients. What it tastes like might be a different matter. So if you roll a 10th of whatever your skill is, you add plus 10 to the effect. Cool. You roll a 20, always means something has gone completely horribly wrong. So effectively, you know, if we look at it pretty much like a 10, you have to roll a 1. So roughly speaking, let's say we roll a 2. Let's say I roll a 2 with my cooking. I would have gotten a perfect throw, 216. I would have actually scored a 26 there. Because just add 10 to whatever the result is. A lot of the bonuses and penalties actually apply just to the result. Sometimes. Sometimes they don't. Except when they do. Then they don't. Yeah, so this is his skill score. I have genuinely no fucking idea. Seem appropriate, you know, then write them, describe character's background. Yeah, you don't. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck this means half the time. When it says like, oh, mod, I don't know what the fuck he's on about there. I don't know. I was actually trying to figure out myself. They don't tell you really. I think I did everything correct. Is this a percent system? No. Like, that's the thing. It's not a percent system. It's a D20 system. The thing is, bugging makes a little bit of sense. It's just kind of weird by the extensiveness of it. Because remember, this is the 90s. This is the 80s, 90s. You didn't have cell phones, and computers were the size of a room. You know, like you had a fucking DOS box. That was like your fucking computer. So it's like, oh, it's like, how do you bug a phone? It's like, what the fuck? As long as if you have a basic skill in anything, you can always assume to have a 3 in it. So you'll always do something with a 1, 2, or 3 roll. It's not gonna be good, but you can get something. There's a lot of different skills to know about. And you're like, oh, yeah, maybe like, what are all these Budo maneuvers? When you take martial arts, you can actually select a number of abilities on top of it as these Budo maneuvers. You take a Budo maneuver, you can suddenly do crazy bullshit. Yeah, just because all skill swords are bought for your skill points, just like ordinary skills. Yeah, you want to become a martial artist in this game? You totally can. Hey, sports. Want to be really good at fucking handball, scuba diving, weapon maneuvers. If you learn a weapon maneuver, you have to succeed there, and it's like, oh, you can double shot, you can combine to do several things simultaneously, or quick draw. It's like, the way that I thought about it, it was like, no, I am a fucking Albanian kebab store owner. I want to make the most boring character physically possible. So I made him pretty generic. He's really good with rifles, and he can shoot you or stab you to death very well, but not really anything else. Great fucking cook. He can account for the best of them. He managed to keep his business going for a while because of it. Yes, you can use key force as well. You know, key force. As it is. So this is Man of the World. You are a man of the world and know how to handle any situation you can expect to get into among strangers in an alien environment. You aren't panic-stricken if you suddenly find yourself in the Chinese countryside where nobody speaks English and nobody can tell you where the nearest city is. You melt into the social environment and are at home in luxury hotels as well as in the slum. High effect means you instinctually know how to behave among strangers. Low effect means that you are less certain and behave more like an ordinary but adaptable tourist. I have no fucking idea why this skill is in this game. It's just such a bizarre... inclusion, if that makes sense. Just like, oh yeah, here's just the man of the world skill. Like, oh, alright. This is fine. Net of contact. Some of these are pretty like most of them are pretty average. They're just strange that they exist. Now, yeah, you need to be smart enough to take academics. If you're not smart enough to take it, well, you're not that cool. You kind of suck. So you want to play a doctor, get ready to invest. So, net available, how much money you have left after the bills, what your savings look like, what your home look like. As 5, we're pretty average. We own an apartment. We've got a monthly income. We get about $1,000 every month. We get 20,000 in credit. We don't need that much. We have our little kebab store. Yeah, that's all we have. Yeah, it would be pointless to give you a price for all possible types of equipment in the game of Kult. It's easy to calculate the cost of ordinary, everyday things the character will need to buy. Yeah. Technically, the availability is depending on the... If your man of the world is higher, you can actually get higher availability equipment easier. So it's like, hey, if you have a lot of contacts as well, you can get things a lot cheaper. Technically, with 10 in Man of the World, I'm able to get availability 3 gear just because Perky is just a guy who knows things. You may be saying, oh, caliber is important. It isn't. Length and width. Wait. Nah, don't worry about it. For anything but a nuclear bomb. Of course, there are a few states in the US where it's legal to own virtually anything but a nuclear bomb. Yeah, the I means completely illegal item in most countries. So, as you can see, we have plenty of... You can buy a Kult Python for $580. They don't really explain what the money is. They just say it's the cost of $580. I believe it's in American dollars. I bought a Makarov, obviously. $200 Makarov. Because, as a proud Albanian man, I believe in that. But you could buy just a weird amount of guns in this game. You want to buy a bunch of Derringers? You want to buy a fucking Ruber Reddick? Yeah, you can. Don't know why. You buy a bunch of SMGs. You can buy a fucking Galil. The FNFAL for the arm of the free world. The arm of the free world. You could buy a Kalishnikov for AK-47. Which, mind you, the AK-47 is actually more expensive than the AKM. Fun fact, everybody. It's more expensive by $30 whole. Want to buy, it is technically legal to buy a Dragunov. It is legal to buy anything here, technically, except the sawed-off shotgun. That's illegal. But... With one special saw, we're gonna commit a felony. Some disease raging through the 90s that made you encounter one-off situations. Decide a character need a whole skill for that specific situation, while murder and noticing shit that gets 1 or 2 skills each. Speaking of the diehards, of course they're gonna have guns. Mind you, you gotta remember, Wuso, this is Sweden. This was written in Sweden and France, I believe. So all of these were originally in French. This is something you kind of got to remember. It was in Swedish and French. So this kind of makes things a little bit funnier in some ways. You know, various different knives. Luckily, we can LARP as our favorite black man from The Price of Freedom and just throw shurikens at people. Oh no, there's a problem. What do we do? Well, Jonathan McFucking Merriweather's showing up. The hero we need but don't deserve. You'd be like, oh, cool. Ammo costs $20, 22 to 200 for 100 type rounds of AR. Just like ammo costs money. Yeah, ammo costs money, but you can also just buy hollow points. Technically, Perky just has his Makarov, and he's just gonna. Oh no, there's a Serbian. Oh my god, how did you know he was a vampire? I didn't. I knew he was Serbian. Weapon accessories. Again, it's one of those things where you can buy a telescopic sight for your handgun. You want various armor pieces. It's actually not difficult to get a combat suit. It's very not difficult, apparently, because of the availability. Technically, by sheer technicality, because of his 10, he can buy a vast majority of these things. I, however, did end up buying a van, because I thought, hey, a van would be the most appropriate. So I ended up buying a Volkswagen bus for him. I want you to imagine now, Perky, the very large Albanian man, driving through the city in his fucking Volkswagen bus. He gets out, hello, brings out his fucking Makarov and pops you and leaves. He's a Serb. Phone bugs, a noise transmitter, bugging detectors, gas mask. Like, you can just buy all this random shit, and they do explain all of this random shit that you can buy. So anytime you level up after an adventure, you're going to get a little bit of experience points. Not many, but you're going to get a few. And what you can use these skill points to do, increase skills or ability scores. You know, that's like the big thing, is like, or, you know. So technically, even getting like 3 points suddenly means you can increase things pretty easily. Like, it says like, oh, you shouldn't increase it, but you can. You can just also just increase your skills very consistently. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. So, hey, you've completed the adventure. Good job, everyone. What do you want to do? I'm going to invest into multiple points of parapsychology. Wow. Good job, Perky. You're doing really well for yourself. What do you want to invest in? With your few points, dance. It's dancing time. You know, it's Perky hits the stage and claps his hand together and, you know, busts out some good fucking disco. Practice also gives you some extra bonus points. I love every single one of these abilities that lets you just increase your skills naturally by like just doing something, because it just encourages you to go on that Sisyphus grind set. Being like, I need to increase my strength. Let's hit the fucking gym. Being like, dude, you're a 2'3", you're like a 5'9" fucking little skinny college professor who works a 9 to 5 constantly. When are you going to? I'm hitting the gym. 25'9". So your basic hero points effectively allow you, you know, when the sniper pulls the trigger, gets a flesh wound with tears, blast away the whole mag of Mac 10. Effectively, anytime you get hero points, what you can do, you can improve the effect or counter an opponent's. Increases by 1, or your opponents will decrease by 1. Oh no, they've hit you by 3 points and you're going to take an injury. So what we're going to do is say, nope. Oh, bum, 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 bum. Or, oh no, I desperately need to get over here. Bum, 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 bum. You don't start with a lot of hero points. You only start with 10. But you get them back pretty consistently. You get them back, like, do you survive? Were you brave for each act of heroism? Generally speaking, as long as you are playing the game, you're going to be getting things. Now we get the Beyond Humanity character. So, Beyond Humanity, what does this mean? Effectively, you can play not things. You want to play do you want to play a vampire? You totally can play a vampire. And being a vampire gives you things. Cool. What is it? So it's like cool, who has lived 300 years but have more than the usual 150. Yeah, 300-year-old Nosferatu. Cool. Limitations. Generally speaking, to create a vampire or a werewolf or anything like that, what you're doing is kind of point buying with these advantages and disadvantages. That's effectively what you're doing. So if you want to create a vampire, you're in fact just doing these limitations, these powers, and all these things. That's all you're doing. There isn't a lot here. That's kind of the funny thing. So if you want to be a werewolf, you're in fact just taking hey, uncontrollable shape change, sensitive to silver, symbol, it's blood cannibalism, and actually hunting instinct, and you're gonna choose all of these different abilities. I put all my points in seduction and French. Make sure you roll high on your comeliness rating. Parlez-vous français? If you want to play a French sex pest, you totally can. It is entirely possible. The terrifying event. Oh no. How well your ego score determines how well you handle terrifying experiences. Now, what you're going to have to do, you're going to be modifying your roll a lot. Nature of the terrifying event. What's going on? Oh no. Must use his common sense to determine what's going on. So. Oh no, there's something scary going on. And I wasn't really prepared for it. Roll an ego check. I rolled a 7. I got 5 successes. I am not scared of this. Fuck you. My name is Perky. I have a kebab shop, and I'm going to pop you with a Makarov. This is where things start getting weirder. A positive result makes things harder. A negative result makes it harder. Yeah, that's what I mean by things are just weird. The idea is that you're supposed to add things or get rid of things. So it's like, oh, well, this isn't very scary to you. But it's like, hey, it's you are now stuck in Serbia and you must now, oh no, you've been confronted by a Serbian vampire. Normally, an 11 would be successful. However, +5 Albanian pride, I scored a 21 on it, in fact, and I'm very scared now. Yeah, event was unexpected, PC used to the situation, frame of reference. They're very weird, the way that they do, like, all the positives and negatives. Like, oh, seeing the accident is actually less shocking, but it's like, but being in combat and taking a serious wound is less frightening than killing other people. I have no idea why this is here. What the fuck? I didn't even notice this when I was going through. What the fuck? What? Why? Why are you here? This is the Prince of Paris. Yeah. So what you do, though, is you then roll what you actually do when you fail a terrifying event. Oh no! I failed a terrifying event. I run away. I run away. I faint. I weep. Yeah. However, if you have a positive mental balance, you actually get a physical shock that shows the table blood. Suffer a -5 penalty to your skill throws. You know, all skills can be used as normal. This is what I mean by, like, sometimes it's like, oh, it's a positive. Oh, this is a negative. Oh, this is a problem. Oh, this isn't. If you were shocked with +15 balance, you can act still, but your skills all take a -5. If it's negative, though, you can quite literally go completely bananas and kill everyone because you're dumb. Because you can, like, oh, here's the modification. Now it's a positive again, but now it's going to be negative later. I find it very strange. I am not a big fan of the way that it is, because it's like, oh, you can get various disadvantages how things go. It's like, what? My section counter roll sad. Of course there are rules for right. Why else would I put in my why else would I put points in seduction in French? Yeah, how Carl slowly empties her extremely unpleasant event. She must make an ego throw at +10. Physical, she lies on the floor half dead. Her skin changes into a metallic armor. Her nails grow into claws and her teeth become sharp chisel. Is low. She can no longer regain or disadvantage. She becomes a child of the night. Yeah. You can actually get things go horribly, horribly wrong. Now, seeing through the illusions. For every 10 points of mental balance, positive or negative, you get 1 chance in 20 to see the true reality. Oh no. Enhanced awareness and schizophrenia always give the character 1 chance in 5 to see reality in a terrifying situation. Now, you can what this effectively means is you can see magic shit go on because this is inspired by Hellraiser. You gotta remember that. This is a Hellraiser game at its core. So being a schizophrenic effectively it lets you see things a little bit more clearly. It's like, oh no, you're actually a fucking nightmare beyond the colors of time. You can also deproject things. I don't believe there are skeletons anymore. And then they disappear. Alternatively, you can be possessed by some things. Possession is you have to make an ego throw against their mental balance, their negative mental balance, depending on whatever it is. Yeah, so you roll 7, making it 11 with modification is only 4. Yeah, so effectively you both make a check. Whoever gets the highest effect actually succeeds. And yes, every single spirit does have different abilities, different skills and things, so getting possessed is very valuable in some cases. Combat. Roll to hit. Do you hit? Yes. Congratulations. You can attempt to parry, but you do damage to a weapon instead. Projectile weapons, automatic weapons. Now, as a man with a rifle, the more you shoot, you get +2 chance. All right, you get +5 to the chance. Cool. How many bullets that hit? Divide that result by 3. Round it up. 10 means 3 bullet hits. For long salvos, roll 2d5. 2 to 10. Bullets always hit. Legitimately just unloading the problem. You just take a gun and just unload. You will hit something. Oh no! There's a vampire. What are we gonna do with it? Hold down the trigger. That's what you're gonna fucking do. Oh no! Hello, it's me. I'm an evil vampire. Whoo, bang. Like, let me introduce you to God real fast. So, when you hit, determine body part, and then you roll to injure. This is what I mean by the injury system is hilarious. So effectively, you're gonna roll effectively how well you hit. This is the thing. So, weapon also affect the wounds you make. Higher effect roll makes fatal wound knife, then do it with a rifle. So, when you hit, and you have to determine which body part is hit and how severe it is. That's the big things. The thing is, you don't actually roll, like, it's not like, oh, the quality of your weapon or anything like that. It's just a flat d20 roll, which higher the better. Now, why would that be the way that it is? Because, here, let me find, like, the weapons here real fast. So, this is my Makarov. Now, you might be thinking, I have shot you with a fucking Makarov. This is a 9mm pistol, effectively. I'm going to take this gun. Take this. I've rolled a 2. I've scratched you. Let's roll again. 16. I've just killed you. If I've shot you in the gut or the head, you're just fucking dead. You effectively have a 25% chance with just about any weapon to kill them instantly. Like, let me see, like, the Uzi kills on 17 up, and you can put down 8 million bullets, which, mind you, you're gonna roll for each bullet. That's important to note. So, hey, you've shot them 3 times with something, they're not getting back up. Where was the... Yeah, the WA 2000. You want to shoot someone with a WA 2000, literally you have a 50% chance of just fucking killing them right off the bat. The Kult Python. A lot of the guns do the exact same thing, except if you hit them with an S&W CBT fucking Magnum, then you have a very high chance of just blowing them away. They're just dead. I don't know why. That takes a certain level of threat from the combat away, when it's like quite literally every single thing has a chance of just blowing you away just to die. Now, one of the things is, you can actually get multiple actions per round. So, it's like, oh, well, we've got the drop on them. You can fucking shoot them right off the bat, and they might not be able to get up. Oh, we've got a gun down, Manly. Sorry, Manly. No guns this one. I haven't got set it up on this one. No! Manly's fucking dead. Here, I mean, I can give you all the accurate experience. There we go. Let me just... Manly's fucking dead. I can't believe Manly's dead. Wuso rolled a 15. Yeah, that's just one of those moments you look at, you're like, yeah, you could just kill someone outright in this game. Very easily, in fact. Yeah, there are multiple combat rounds, and it is very easy to do multiple actions to the point where you are just doing a shit ton of things, and you can very easily just get mulched. And mind you, yes, you can still perfect hit and disaster hit, by the way. So if you roll a perfect hit, yeah, you can do a shit ton more, such as get a plus 10. You can get a plus 10 to your hit, mostly from your damage. So if you roll a critical hit on your actual attack, you can very easily just kill someone outright. Game's incredibly fucking lethal. Yeah, you're losing more wounded per slow. Slow. If you serious from one action less per combat. Yeah, you take 2 or 3. You take like any serious wounds, you're pretty out of the fight. Various hand grenades, improvised weapons, requirements. So again, scratching. Let me see. It's maximum firing speed. That can be fired in one action when using an uncontrolled fire. Yes. So this is the number of bullets you could put down range. You can kill someone very quickly in this game, and I like that aspect because, hey, there's a problem. What do we want to do? I'm going to shoot you twice with the Dragunov rifle, and you're going to die. By sheer technicality, our boy Perky here is very good with shotguns and hunting rifles. So he can just take up a rifle. If he gets a Savage CD, Savage 99, he can kill you very simply. If he gets a Winchester, he can do it very simply. Just the same as he can do it with a shotgun. Oh, you want to play a Mossberg? A Spaz 12? Yeah, I'm gonna roll Spaz 12. Shoot you 3 times in one action and just eliminate you. Weirdly enough, crossbows are also rifles, and you can get an automatic crossbow. Daggers, melee weapons feel more appropriate because it feels like, oh, alright, you know, 20s, 19, like really big stuff. Technically, me beating you over the head with a stick is lethal. Yeah, that's... To give you an idea, I am more likely to kill you by beating you with a staff than stabbing you with a rapier. Katanas are broke as usual. Katanas are... Grenade launchers are not lethal, by the way. Remember that. Yeah, good times. Now, what armor does is armor reduces the effectiveness of a hit. So I've been shot. Let's say I have a Kevlar vest on. I've been shot with a gun. It says the firing here, FIR. 10 points from a projectile weapon. Effective a melee weapon. Reduced by 7 by the vest, where Dag would have done. Yeah, so you kind of see like, hey, taking a little bit of damage. Kevlar vest can block a lot of damage from actual attacks. If you're not wearing actual armor, there's very likely you're just gonna get killed. Gotta see, oh yeah, a lot of different kinds of guns. Put down bullets as fast as you physically can. And kill them. Kill the enemy. And now here we get into martial arts. Martial arts are a little bit goofy because martial arts are effectively let you do things. Hey, it's a kick. Hey, it's a strike. You wanna punch someone. You wanna kick someone really well. Cool. However, you can also do things such as you can do kendo if you want. You want to do commando training. Your special budo maneuvers, including lightning attacks, breaking grip, using softening attacks, using jujitsu, doing a fucking flying kick. You want to do a flying kick or a circle kick? You can. Tiger leap, gigantic leap from standing still at the same time as you attack. A student can jump 2 meters. Because, yeah, martial arts has an entire different, like, system to it. Down by an Albanian man funded by both by the IRS and an Argentinian. Yeah, there's a little bit of a weeb factor here. Playing a literal kendo magician, like, playing a kendo street sam. Yeah, no, it'd be a street samurai. You know, playing a street sam is entirely possible in this game. You don't have cybernetics. You don't need any cybernetics. You have magic powers and a katana that can instantly kill you on like a 1 in 5 chance of killing you. It's again, imagine you walk into a, it's like, all right, everyone, are you ready to be really edgy and be like, there's darkness all around us? And you have some motherfucker roll up playing like goddamn Blade. It's very easy to play Blade in this game, by the way. And I think that makes the game immediately better. Because I think every game is improved by playing Blade. You can actually buy magic powers when it comes to martial arts, such as being able to levitate, send a push of air, allowing you to literally go really fast, regenerate, endure. You might like, oh, 6 sense, enchant senses. You can quite literally buy bonuses by virtue of using your martial arts. Even though, again, like, here's like an entire infection system. It is very difficult. Like, you can die very fucking easily in this game. It's very simple to die. Your battle will die. Your combination of several, you lose conscience immediately, but only die after twice your constitution rank, in combat rounds. Bleeding and shock. Like, you don't need to just take a fatal wound. Like, you take a serious wound, it is entirely possible you will be out for the count. And it takes a long time. Again, 1 month of wound, constitution. Like, you're going to need to make constitution rolls versus infection if you're not in an infected area, if you're not in a good infected area. Yeah, you want to have infected air. Like, they even say, like, this is kind of silly, but you don't need infections. It's like... Yeah, you must roll with a +5 modification. You roll a 5 and a 2, but none of the light wounds are infected. Yeah, it's... Oh, like, if you ever read something, you're just like, what the fuck? A lot of poison, nerve gas. You want to have, coke, LSD, opium, have all the different kinds of pose. Yeah. Hey, man, you want to have the coke, you want to do some coke. Hey, you want to do some sleeping pills? Where if you have a shitty enough con, you can just die. Yeah, time and travel. They're like, yeah, you can combat time and you can move and you can travel. Don't think about it too hard. Quickly, car chases and air combat. Want to get into air combat in this game? I know I do. You want to get in a fucking... You can have a full-on military, goddamn shootout in the air in fucking helicopters if you want. For some reason. I have no idea why it's in the game, but it's there. Now, you can play a magician. Playing a magician is hard. They do give you some of these. Like, hey, you want to play an burnt out occultist? Cool. Like, hey, what do you... Oh, you're a new age pagan. Now, what happens here is you can take up different lores of magic. And each lore of magic is effectively a skill that allow you to learn better and better spells. Now, there is madness, time and space, dreams, death, passion, and reality. All of these do something, by the way. The biggest thing, though, is depending on what your skill score is, it's going to cost you endurance. The better you are at it, the more endurance you're going to be able to save. Obviously, if you reach endurance 0, you pass out because you're fucking tired. So let's go. There's a lot of different things where you have to prepare, and they try to get you into it. But I just want to show you like what some spells look like. So where's a good one? Insane Killer. Let's see. Insane Killer is a lore rating of 23. You gotta be really good. Creates an illusion of the most terrible thing the victim can imagine. Sends it to him. The victim believes the illusion. He takes full damage from its attacks. In order to recognize the illusion, must make a higher effect than 25 minus ego. So, it costs 75 endurance. If somehow your endurance, if you cast this and you're not quite really well prepared, there's a chance that you're going to burn like 150 endurance or even more. What do you need? Well, you need all this equipment. You need all of these gestures. You need the visualization, and the casting time is 9 hours. Yes, 9 hours. Some of these can take hours long. They are clearly meant for like, you don't play a magician in this game. You learn to be a magician. Because it's a pain in the ass and it takes 9 million years. Here's a discount Cenobite, by the way. You want to play a dream monster? The Lore of Death. You could summon just death creatures if you want. That's cool. The Lore See-Through Passion. Manipulate Passion. Summon a creature of passion. I want to summon a Flame Atronach. Potion Master. I require a potion of fire resistance. I wish to summon a Flame Atronach. Yeah, with 9 pentagrams. Charcoal and chalk. Some marks with conjurers, blood, survival, or male conjurers, semen. Yes, Now, mind you, you're going to have to immediately use Bind Creature of Passion. Excuse me. Yeah, as you can tell, it's actually easier to summon than bind or expel it, or even exorcise it. I need to look at that. Like, makes a woman pregnant by magic. Completely normal with genetic traits from both parents. The mother does not have to be present while the spell is cast. A female conjurer can cast parthenogenesis on herself and give birth to an exact copy of herself, a clone. Fetus perversion. By the way, can increase or decrease up to 3 times. Oh. Distort the unborn fetus. Yeah, depending on how old it is. The conjurer must have fire skill older than the victim fetus, just with its ego roll. Crossbreeding can make a woman or animal pregnant with magical genes from a different animal, a demon, or even a machine. And lives only 1d10 month. The creature is sickly and happy, but lives a now normal lifespan for the mother species. Part is greater than part. A new race has been created. The creature's genes are dominant and can reproduce with animals or humans. All other crossbreeds are barren. Do you know that things are just fucking weird sometimes in this game and why we don't talk about Kult very often? That's why. That's why we don't talk about Kult very often. What the fuck is even going on there? Now mind you, they go into very bizarre shit. We're fighting the Demiurge, okay? We're fighting the Demiurge. We are trying to kill the Demiurge because he left us and we need to find him and we need to kill him. Technically speaking, we can we can in fact find the Antichrist in this game. This is his stats out of 20. It's very difficult to kill the Antichrist, fun fact. He can kill you all almost immediately because he needs to roll under 75 on a d20 to kick you in the head. You want to play the Seducer? You can. The Angels of Death? Cool. Oh no. Exposed places, you want to go to in the city. Want to deal with they don't really have like enemies per se. You remember in Hellraiser they went to like the Cenobite dimension and it was horrible. Brutal. The Feast thing is there. Here's a system for the bad guys doing behind the scenes to make monsters. It's a fucked up sort of sense. Meant for players, I'm calling the FBI. It's one of those things like, it's mostly for villains. However, you can play it if you want, though don't. It's one of those things like, you can play this if you want, but we encourage you it only for the villains. But the fact that there is the make pregnant spell, the optimal state of being is use the make pregnant spell and then use the crossbreed spell. Yeah, it's like, there's a lot of things here, and if you're interested in the lore, it's probably really cool. My brain turned into mush reading this, though. I was like, what the fuck am I smoking? Because everyone's got insane stats, of course. And it's just like, okay, what do I do in this game? Stuff. You do things. Okay, what do I do, though? Stuff. Okay, what am I doing? You're fighting monsters. What do you mean I'm fighting monsters? Demons. Can I fight demons? Yeah. It's a very high concept game in some respects when it comes to like altering dreams, the world of dreams. And mental institutions. Therapy analysis, the realm of madmen. You want to fight? Hey, you want to fight the Prince of Fools? You can. Yeah. Beyond time and space. It's even just like, yeah, you can. Like, there are things for you to do. Ta-da! Even that's just like, I don't really... It kind of loses its place a little bit. Kult is interesting to read. I'm not saying it's a good game. I'm saying that it's an interesting game. And sometimes that's all you can really say about it. The thing that's a little bit weird with Kult is that I have zero idea what the fuck you're supposed to do in this game. Because I made a kebab store owner who is perfectly mentally sound and has no issues. So it's like, oh, well, get ready to do something. Okay, what? What are we doing? Well, you're doing something. What does that mean? Well, you're doing a thing. What? And it's like, it just doesn't quite understand, like, just tell me what I want to know. Like, what are we doing in this game? And there's like, occult fetus possession. Like, no, fetus perversion. Stop that. But yes, that's Kult. A little bit too weird for its own good, but weird and interesting is better than nothing. So we're gonna move on to, let's do a short one. I'll do a short one. Let's see, what game? Okay, we'll do a short one, longer one. Actually, we'll do the 3 short ones, then we'll do the big one at the end, because the big one at the end is kind of a bigger one. This is Final Girl. Final Girl, the game you've probably heard about before. Now the thing with the Final Girl, I should say, the Final Girl. So we go to the Final Girl RPG. This is by a company called Gas Mask Games. You can buy it for free. You can get it for free. It's perfectly fine if you want to get that. Made by Brett Gillen. Has Brett Gillen made anything else? No. He's made nothing else. This is his only game. Gas Mask Games. Like, if you go to like, oh, does Gas Mask Games exist? No, they do not exist. They have a single game, and it's The Final Girl. That's it. This game came out a while ago, though. Like, relatively speaking, this game came out 900 years ago. I believe this game came out fully in 2016, which, roughly speaking, actually, no, probably 2011 is when it fully came out. You kind of see it right down there. Which, roughly speaking, in, like, timeline-wise, 2011 was about 800 years ago in internet time. This is beyond time. Dinosaurs were still, like, running around when this game came out. In internet time. Yeah. Cover art, Ninfa Rogers. Editing and layout, Josh Rogby. Brett Gillen. Now, you might see some interesting names here. Additional thanks to Jamie Crook, Jennifer Rogers, Shale Riley. Inspiration to influences. Capes, Primetime Adventures. Breaking the Ice of Emily Care Boss. Ron Edwards and Vincent Baker. This is actually a Forge game, fun fact. This is built and raised by the Forge. And at first I was like, oh man, I'm gonna feel really disappointed about things. But you may also see the number of pages in this. This game's like 30 pages. The entire idea of the introductory, the entire idea is you are playing the, what's that? I remember the world before Skyrim. The thing is, this is effectively a game about playing a bunch of survivors in a horror movie. That's all it is. And cool. What do you need to do? Get 3 to 8 players, and typically runs in about 2 hours. There's no GM in this game. There is a GM, but not really a GM. Name their favorite slasher movie. Like a quick small talk about each movie to get creative juices flowing. Talk about memorable scenes if I have seen the movie, if I haven't, just ask about it. And then play. Index cards, pencils, playing cards. That's all you need. So, the basic premise. Describe it in its center to. Killer setting, killer setting or whatever. What's going on? We are in space, on a spaceship, and there is a crazy virus monster. There's an alien in space trying to kill us. We are on a college campus during the middle of winter, and a Yeti is trying to murder us. Or it's something. We're doing something. Get some basic ideas, and there's like, oh, killer, some type of cool monster slasher that makes sense. A horde of zombies, a vampire, a werewolf, whatever. Everyone's friends dig zombies. 2011. Brad gave an Archon, a convention by alma mater Sunny Oswego. You know, I'm at the University College sits next to a lake and nuclear power plant, so obviously, radioactive lake monster had to attack the campus. Yeah, 2 games under your belt. The casting. The thing is, you're going to just need to write names and ideas down. It's going to be Billy Joe, the jock, the haughty jock. It's going to be Bill Winters, the nerdy nerd, and things like that. It's like very simple characters. You're going to have about 10. 3 to 5. There's going to be about 10 characters. If there's more, you're going to make less characters per person, but 3 to 5, Now, creating characters is very simple. Give each player 1 index card and its name, the adjective nouns. Wallace, the gruff janitor. Brock, the arrogant athlete. Rex, the guy who can't stop talking about his muscles. Yeah, nobody owns any characters they created. If you created Wallace, the gruff janitor, I might end up playing him. Yeah, everyone's kind of just getting passed around a little bit. If you want to know where, Gilded Devil, some of Gilded Devil's ideas came from, it's this game actually, because I remember this game, and this game is actually fun because it knows exactly what it is and says, "Yep, fuck you, this is what it is." Depending on your current role, generally speaking, the GM is the killer. Most of the time, anyone can pick any character they want. They're narrating, they're giving background details, they're just saying things that are occurring. Killers as well characters who, control the characters who are part of the horror movie but not part of the cast. Killer is the only one who can narrate the death of a character. This is their responsibility. An idea how to narrate something and nobody objects, it's technically fine. Effectively, the killer is a basic game master, just like when he is on screen. The thing is, sometimes he's not on screen and he just says "fuck you" and does something. That's kind of the basic premise of it. But most everyone can kind of do whatever they want. Playing this, this is one of those weird points, like playing in the spirit of winning. Very playing to win. Don't play to win, play to have fun. That's the important thing. In my own result of the game, not very fun for other players. You have to decide your chosen character and losing on purpose so they are killed by the killer. Playing in the spirit of winning, but yeah, it's like, play to have fun, of course. Now the introduction scene is very simple. It's literally introduce your characters. What's going on? Who is here? What's going on? How are we doing things? It's a party. A teacher's causing trouble. A diner's full of locals. Everyone needs to iterate what a character is like, how they do things, as well as starting their initial relationships. Characters with no relationships are going to get knocked out. Kicked off the scene determines when the scene ends. Scene's over, the role killer rotates to the left. Now, the big thing is, you want to just establish relationships. Hey, we're friends. Hey, we're rivals. Hey, we're screwing. Those are the 3 things you gotta know. Doesn't matter what else we're doing. Hey, Bill and Joe are friends. Bill and Joe are gonna be together. John and Stacy are screwing. Yeah, that's going on. Stacy and Barbara are rivals. Boom. We've got character development now. If Wally over here doesn't have any relationships, bad things are going to happen to Wally. Yeah, it's like Kendra, the head cheerleader, and Allie the punk agree that survival comes first, and they're gonna have to put aside their differences if they're gonna survive. Yeah. Relations are gonna be established 2 characters who are active in the scene, some sort of in-character interaction. Yeah. Generally speaking, the first time the killer shows up, they should have just said friendly, fighting, or fucking. Remember, this is also the Forge, and so we can't do any naughty words like that. Yeah. So effectively what happens is any characters who don't have relationships, you're going to have a bad time currently. The killer is going to be going to narrate what's going on. Because they're keeping track of all of that. They don't play a character. Only will they friend alongside when the zombies start jumping out and butchering people. Yeah. Each player who is not the killer will choose one of the characters who has zero relationship with the character. Legitimately, anytime the killer says, hey, narrate the death of characters at whim. There's no dice rolling or card drawing. They are dead when and how the killer says so. The scene is over when all characters in the scene are dead. Yeah. Literally, the first blood scene is, we're just going to start murdering random characters. Effectively, the basic premise is this. Killer establishes the situation. The players choose their characters. You role play for a bit, and start murdering one another. Establish scene before any player chooses. So, what do you want to do if you want to kill someone? Everyone draws card. Draw one card. And plus one card for every relationship your character has. So, let's say I'm playing John. I have 2 relationships, so I've drawn 3 cards. I have a 7, 8, and 3. Technically 7 of diamonds, 8 of spades, and 3 of hearts. And the killer gets the rest of the deck. So they've got this whole deck. The more relationships you have, the higher likelihood of you surviving. While Colonel's dark, Sergeant Wolf's. So, the killer targets one person or everyone, and then you flip the top of the deck. You got to play a card that's higher rank than the killer's card. You have a card, the killer gets them and narrates their demise. So, the basic premise is the killer has drawn, they've got a 6 of hearts. I look at my hand, I say, 7 of diamonds. I succeed. I have lost the card in my hand, though. The killer says, drat, and targets someone else. They draw an ace. Oh, no. They look at their card like, well, I'm going to play an ace of diamonds. Cool. That beats, the ace of diamonds beats it. Generally speaking, you're going to go until you reach a point where someone fucks up or everyone has to try to beat a card. When a character dies, the character is dead, right? But leave the index card in front of them and indicate the character is dead. Can be not be targeted again. One character must live. His conflict with all remaining characters will be killed. The character with the highest card survives. Blood splattered and screaming to get away. Congrats! That's effectively it. That is the entire game. You draw a card and see if you get out of there. Then you run like hell. Story plays out, resolution taking place. Now, the biggest idea. You may want to pause narration while resolution is played out, and then once the victim is determined, narrate how the death plays out. Some lead to a dark teleporting, a ping-ponging killer effect, where they're bouncing around seemingly at random between targets or locations of their attempt to kill them. And the event work best when played, there's a lot of action going on simultaneously. For instance, trying to mechanic the furious struggle and narrow escapes, not at all jarring. Mechanics dealt with it up front, then we'll narrate the scene similarly to a first blood scene. Very easy. Now, what happens with the relationships? Now, effectively, how relationships work are very simple. So hey, okay, relationship from the face of the killer. If you have a friendship, let's say I've got 3 cards. Let's say I've got 3 cards, you've got 2 cards, and oh no. Oh, fuck a doodle do. The killer has drawn the king of spades. We're friends though, so you look at your hand, you're like, oh man, I only have a 2 and a 5. I'm gonna lose, I'm gonna die. I, as your best friend, can show up and say, hey, take my king of diamonds, you can beat it and you can live. And you're like, awesome, cool. I'm gonna live. Wow, thanks, team. But let's say, for example, the killer. Let's actually get a fun. Let's say I've got a rival, and my rival's a big asshole, like a big jackass of a human being, and hates me and everything I stand for. So I draw my card. I'm trying to find like a good card here. I draw my card. And it's like, oh no. The killer has drawn a 4. 4 of diamonds. 4 of diamonds. I'm looking at my hand. I'm like, all right, cool. I've got a 10 of hearts. I'll be okay. I'm gonna make it out of here alive. But then you, my rival, are like, fuck you. They now have a queen of hearts. And they're gonna beat your 10 with that. And like, I can no longer do it. I'm gonna die. Yeah, you can play a card to help the killer against that character specifically, causing them to die. If you're screwing, you can do either. That's the joke of screwing. Place cards, yeah. Yeah, if you establish a relationship, get friends. Friends are good. Bloody beats black, stabby beats round. Yeah, you can quite literally just get people killed. Because you're just a terrible human being. But you can also get people killed as well. Survive to see if the character died. They get a survivor point. More survivor points, the better. Draw a new one for each survivor point they have. When you may do this during the season, effectively, survivor points allow you to mulligan cards, which is very useful. Endgame. Everyone's got one character left, probably after about, generally speaking, you're looking at maybe like 4 or 5 scenes, depending on how many players and characters there are, and see if who got knocked off during, particularly bloody scenes. But so about 3 to 4 scenes. Standard scene till one character is left alive to face the killer. However, this is the big thing. You do not actually get to confront how things go. Whoever has the most dead character cards in front of them actually narrate the final confrontation. So if I was very cautious and I kept all of my characters alive until the very end, but you just got everyone you care about mulched, you're gonna actually say what happens. You get to narrate the outcome. I see a little bit of Atarashi games in here. I do like that, because Atarashi games are very fascinating. Fake out ending. Carnage rules is kind of the joke. Is kind of a funny one. This is legitimately kill all characters but one in each standard scene, as if in the end game. There can only ever be one survivor in these scenes. Generally speaking, if you want to play something fun and want to just get a shit ton of people and just play the Carnage rules, get as many characters as possible and just get them all killed. The demon inhabits the body. Yeah, so it's like, oh, here's some, different things. Have fun with it. Do I like Final Girl? Yeah, I think it's fun. It does its job. That's all you can really ask for in a game like this. Let's see. Do we want a long game or do we want a short game? No, I was going to do this one. So, give me one moment. I am going to get something to drink because I'm very thirsty. So, Myrrorside. 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 Oh, good. Oh, goodness. Myrrorside. This game is one of those ones that's a little bit weird. This is by Parallel Publishing. They actually sent me this game. Right off the bat, I will say that. I was sent this game by the company. They purposely sent me the game. They said, hey, we want to give you access to this game. We think, please promote our game. And I said, cool, let me do it. I will go over this game. This is by Parallel Publishing. And you kind of see, oh yeah, very, very clear here. I wondered, do we actually have Kickstarter? Let's see, do we have a Kickstarter? No, I don't believe there's a Kickstarter. So these guys, we've actually somewhat talked about these guys before. Not quite. We've kind of talked to them before. This is who they are. This is Parallel Publishing. They do all of these different games. We've talked about these before. As you kind of see these little art book things. We've actually seen this, and if that looks familiar, Parallel Worlds, Farsight actually showed up. Farsight actually showed up in the server recently, because everyone says it looks generic as fuck. And I was like, oh man, I gotta do it. They do a magazine called Parallel Worlds. That's kind of the idea. I think we've talked about a writer for Parallel Worlds before. And like a lot of their like stuff here is like, oh, we review a brilliant deck builder, and we talk about things, and it's like, have people bought these? I don't know. They're like $1.20 each. Like, they seem like, they look like they're like magazines, quite literally just magazines. A lot of these little... Their big thing, though, is this open fantasy. Open fantasy, the player's guide. Open license for creative gamers. Silver seller, people have bought this clearly. It's AI art. They have actually said, yeah. I'm just kind of bummed out of their piece, even with Inkswick would... When I employed artists to do this, I'm less... like the unification single artist over that. Cover arts combination, one would love his work, background, characters, and art by... Yeah, it's like... Alright. This is their system, apparently. You kind of see here other publications. They do live streaming, I guess. Parallel Publishing, they haven't live streamed in multiple years, but they definitely have. They've got a podcast. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of these guys before. I know that they exist, not just from this, but from other places. Yeah, in late 2019, most of all based in the UK. Let's check Parallel Publishing. Here they are. Looks like they haven't really talked anything on their Twitter for years at this point. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about these guys. The main guy behind Myrrorside, you kind of see the two. Is this Angus Minic Toll. Angus. His name is Angus. Angie. So I'm like, oh, alright, what has this guy done? Not anything. He's down here in LinkedIn. Yeah, this is him. What does he do? Stuff. Apparently he wrote Fading Stuns. Looks like he did a lot of like PDFs back in the day for Fading Suns. Uh, Hi Angus, how you doing? The Moray Council, freelance writer till 2023. I believe this is the guy. I don't know though. That's the thing. Like, I don't know if this is him, but it would add up. It was him. Do we have any? Yeah, Fading Sun, Second Edition, Vampire City, Dark Places, Myrrorside, Open Fantasy. Apparently, he quit doing it in September, even though Myrrorside came out in October. Like, they, again, just to say, they have sent me this. This is September 25th. This is their latest game, really. So, yeah, apparently it's still beta. So bear that in mind. Ta-da! Yep, this is Angus. All I can really say. It's one of those things where it's just like, he does appear to have been working on a lot of things. And he does have a lot of... Yeah, like here's Myrrorside at the White House. On the Hoof appears to be... Yeah, it appears this is apparently the guy who did Myrrorside. Yeah, this is his... Yeah, this is him. He posts on Reddit. Oh boy. It's Reddit in time, everybody. Oh god, it's new drive-thru. Ew. Ah, it's new drive-thru. Agonizing. But yeah, you can buy the beta. There's the character sheet, alright. So yeah, the fact that we have the beta, everyone. This is very important. We have the beta. So, what is this game? What is this? Obviously, we need a man who is perfectly capable of doing things. So I brought in Iro Blaskowitz, who is Polish, to take up the mantle of the hero we need, not the one we deserve. This is using the 2DX system, created by Angus. Oh, Angus, how you doing? So yeah, 2DX operating system. I don't know why you called it that, but cool. Twin Peaks, Stranger Things, Friday the 13th, American Horror Story. Probably the first time I've seen Half-Life be directly cited, but Half-Life is cited. Pretty generic ones. I do say, hey, cool, citing The Shining. I like The Shining. Don't be weird about things, so I'm going to give you a brief lore rundown. The Myrrorside is actually a game about there are two worlds. There is the real and the mirror with a Y. In the real world, it's just like ours, but in the Myrrorside is a nightmare reflection that's weird and unright. The Myrrorside is host to a whole sorts of monsters and ghoulies that would like nothing more than to eat your face and violate your corpse. However, unfortunate people have been able to cross over into the Myrrorside in both directions. So you have monsters coming out just as much as those able to tap into it. Generally speaking, the Myrrorside technology does not work. But on our side, magic does not work, so they don't really like each other very much. Oh no, spooky shit happens, and guess what? You are in the middle of it, so get in there, Chief. I believe in you. Come firewalk with me. So, they kind of talk to a lot about the lore, how the lore works. All you need to know: Myrrorside is Nightmare Realm. Don't deal with it. Everything in it is scary. Every single thing past there is awful, and you don't like it. So, GM runs on the 2DX operating system. The most basic concept of this game is that you're going to take 2 dice. You're going to take your attribute die and a skill die, and you're going to take the highest of them. So, Let's say, for example, I need to make a physical athletics check. So I'm going to take my D10 and I'm going to take a D8. And I'm going to roll this. I rolled a 6. So if a 6 on my D8 actually beats something, I am successful. I've done it. That's pretty much the core of the system. Any difficulty you're actually rolling, trying to take a modifier to something. When making action tests, we'll gather their dice. Opposed action tests, you might get a Pyrrhic victory, you might get a Horror victory. Yeah. So, if we go down to D6 impossible tasks, wonder if we can find advantage and disadvantage. You're going to add extra skill die, but you're only going to take one of them. You're going to remove it. Let me see if we can find the exact... Where's the exact way of things? Where are you? Yeah. Goddamn. Oh, yeah. So, effectively, whatever you need is the number of the action succeeds. You're doing something right. Hey, you are doing something is moderate. You're going to take it by 4. You see right here. Scoring a 5 and a 3. She picks a 5 before applying any modifiers. Cool. Apply any modifiers. -2 to a +3. Still a reasonable success. That is effectively how the entire game works. That's all you need to do about it. And you're going to roll, and you're going to figure out how you best did something. That's really it. Yeah, who won and who lost. Usually it's going to be opposed dice of some variety, or you're going to have something go on. So it's like, oh no, make me a moderate check. I roll my dice. I got a 4, I got a 0. It's a Pyrrhic success. Not good. Oh no, I've rolled jack shit and I got a -1 and I failed because it's a moderate thing. That's all you need to know. That is how the game is played. That's why easy things are very easy to do, in fact. Is the word fauna mentioned anywhere? Let's see. No, the word fauna is not used at all. Some things take time, but it's like, oh no, I want to go faster. You're gonna bump the difficulty up. Oh no, it's gonna be tricky normally, and I would have only scored a 5 on there because I rolled a 7. I instead now it's gonna bump it up. So now instead of rolling 7, I've rolled 8. Instead of rolling 5, I've rolled a 3. That's it, really. If you take longer, if you have team, you're gonna add, contribute their skill die. Don't have a skill, fuck you. Combat is kind of operates on the same metric, you could say. You just make an opposed action test. And all opposed action tests are saying, I'm going to take my die, and you're going to take your die. And we're going to see who is the best. So they take a 9, I take my 6. They've got 3 successes on me. So it's like, oh no, got my shit beat. Pick the one you want for initiative, movement and combat time. Pretty simple stuff. Like, things are very simple in this game. Even down to like personal combat or something. Like, if I'm getting into a fist fight, everything is technically retaliatory. That's like one big thing to kind of note. It's, hey, I'm gonna fight you, you're gonna fight me. I have a D8 and D10, and you have a D6, D10. You roll, I roll. I beat you by 1 because I rolled a 10. You rolled a 9. I've done one thing to you. I've punched you in the nose. I got 1 degree of success because you chose to fight. Yeah, so it is very easy to just... Everything is very simple in this game. Very retaliatory. I like that. Range combat. Further away you are from something, the more of that modifier is going to apply. Guns suck. Just being frank with you. Guns suck unless you got about a D8 in it. If you're working if you have like a D8, then it's reasonable, because effectively if you have a D8 and things, but only effective, the best you can roll is a 4. Like, that's one of the weird things. The best you can actually roll is a 4 with at effective range. And it's like, that's like, that's one of those moments I look at, I'm like, that's kind of weird. But like, that's the only way they can actually do anything. Like, that's how they have to do it. You know, it's like, unless you start taking, you know, taking aim and things like that. But it's like, oh, like that's very strange. Okay. Most things in damage aren't going to do a whole lot. Whatever your advantage is on. So if I have a 5 magnitude of success, I have a bat, I hit you with my bat, and so instead of doing 5 damage, I have now done 7 damage. I've shot you with a gun, with a handgun, instead of doing 5 damage, I've done instead of 9 damage, 5 damage, I've done 9 damage. You know, generally guide from Myrrorside, game of horror, not assault weapon ownership. Protection just reduces the advantage that they've got. So, you've been hit. How much damage have you taken? I have taken 5 damage. Oh no, you've gained 2 stress. What you do with that stress is you're actually reducing the die of your die. You're reducing the size of your die by a certain amount. So I've taken 2 stress damage. I go to D8 to D6. You take 2 stress damage from your social. You go from D4 to D2 to D0. You're out of the fight. You know, I would say like physical and mental, probably your priority. Social damage is very, very precise. Attunement damage is really only for monsters and very particular characters who want to be wizards. You shouldn't be a wizard. And that can happen when the attribute is rooted to 0, but it doesn't have to happen until the story situation demand it. Yeah, it's one of those things when you look at like, yeah, you didn't think this through very, very far, did you? Yeah, I get what they're trying to do here because they want things to be really fast and really efficient, but it's a little bit too lean in some regards, and someone's gonna like it. The big thing though is pulse. This is kind of the thing that kind of, I'm like, all right, I get what you're doing here. I like this. I like this. The idea of pulse is the rising adrenaline, fear, and paranoia of the situation. Your pulse is going to keep building up. Everything you do, you know, pulse is building up always. The more horrifying events take place, the more pulse builds, the more things. You are rewarded for playing characters according to the pulse of the current situation, the current tension. And hey, we want to get the right amount. Tension level should be set to normal. Characters are faced with a primal fear, something's going on, you're jumping up. So, quickening the pulse. Something weird's happening. Entering the Myrrorside. Encountering a primal fear. You're quickening the pulse. 1, 2, 3. Whoa, bum, 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 bum. However, you can also slow it to strong emotional connections. Overcoming and outwitting a dangerous creature. Humorous reliefs and breaks the tension. Quite literally, having a funny moment allows you to break the mold and break tension a little bit. Oh no, we're encountering a being from beyond the colors of time. Have no fear, I'm gonna crack a funny. And because I've cracked a funny, the pulse lowers. We're being a little bit better. There are quite a few of these. Things I like about this are things like unease. You go up by a 1. +1 modifier to perception action tests. These characters' senses are heightened and more attuned to potential dangers. Now, mind you, the modifiers don't augment your dice directly. You don't go from like D10 to D12. What they do though is it's add it. So it's instead of rolling a D10 and I've got a 9, but a -2, it's only a 7. I've got an 8 now because I just add a +1 to it. I'm uneasy. I'm looking for things. I'm looking for problems. But hey, you're anxious. You suffer stress. You're lowering the die value of your attributes. But then you give in to dread, which suffer mental stress. Then it goes to fear, which I think is interesting because it lets you ignore physical stress. Adrenaline's flow inhibits the normal feelings of discomfort or pain. Now, normally what happens is if you encounter something bad, it goes 1, 2, 3, bum, bum, bum. You know, you automatically jump up to dread, like, oh god. You know, oh, your fight or flight response kicked in, suffer disadvantage. You start panicking a little bit. So effectively what occurs is, let's say you've taken an injury, like, ow, I am in pain. If you get to fear, you ignore a little bit of it. You start getting advantage on physical action tests to help you fucking run away. You're flooded with adrenaline. You're fucking shitting your pants a little bit. Then you hit terror. I wish they expanded this out a little bit. I don't know how they would, but I like the idea is like there is this dial indirectly. There's this dial that keeps going higher and higher that's encouraging you to act in certain ways because you're getting advantages. I wish that was kind of the thing, being like, at a certain point, you're no longer like, oh, I'm scared. No, it's like you're just fucking losing your shit. Now we get collateral. Collateral, also a cool idea. I think it's not hot. I think it's handled a little bit jankily, but I like the idea. Effectively, collateral is effectively freebies that you get. You have as many of these freebies as you want. The problem is, if you have too much collateral, horrible things happen to you. It's effectively karma. Buddhist karma, though. And you don't want more. But all it does, ladder life snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. It's, hey, you failed an action test. You go up to a marginal success. One of the big things. Oh no, you've got, like, you need to bump up. That's all it does. I have missed an attack. Oh no, I've missed an attack. I've missed an attack and we need to do a little bit of damage. Just get a little bit of karma, get a little bit of collateral in this, and you succeed. You do a little bit of damage. I'm gonna fail jumping across the roof here. I'm gonna get a little bit of collateral and you'll be able to jump across, just barely. Now, there's a few ways to get rid of karma. The most notable is being nice in drama. Oh, God. Oh, God. Now, one of the ideas here is effectively you are using collateral as a way to succeed, but enemies can use collateral against you, and so you need to reduce collateral by trying to be a good person, but being a good person is going to be a lot harder because you're going to have to pay that karma back. And you're going to have, you want to try to get rid of as much karma as you can, but if you have any collateral still, bad things are going to happen to you during downtime. It's going to lead to other things going on. You've been accused of something. You have depression. You become addiction. You get an addiction. You get a compulsion. You get a dissociative identity disorder. You become exclusion. You start getting reclusive. You can't sleep. Things happen. And I like the fact that things happen to you and things go horribly wrong if you have any collateral. So you don't want any collateral, but you might be but you might have to get some. Yeah, generally, what do you create? Who are you? What do you want? You don't have a lot of points to work with. Generally, your starting amount is D8, D6, D6. That's what you start with. However, you can always reduce things down, but you really shouldn't, except by one step. So if you want to play, like, let's open you up. The most basic would be D8, D6, D6. This is like the most like basic character possible. You can, if you want to play Extreme Man. Let me see. So this would be D2, D2. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4. D8, D10. D12. Technically, this is Extreme Man right here. This is bad because if you take any stress to that one, you're fucking dead. Generally speaking, your characters are probably either going to be this or D6, D8, D8, D4, or D10, D6, D4. These are probably going to be how almost all of your characters are going to look. Because anything else is a little bit risky. It's risky business, let's just say that. So you don't really want to have anything at like a D2. Especially physical. Physical is going to be the thing that's going to kill you. Now, if you want to play a character with attunement, you can play characters with attunement. It's not really recommended, though, so I'm not going to... you don't either really get that many different skills, either. You kind of see down here, your skills are very good. However, you don't get that many skills. As you kind of see here, you start with a D6 in a primary skill, D4 in a secondary. Hello. D4, and then D4 in athletics, perception, persuasion, coercion. Coercion. If I can fucking coercion. Wow. But you actually get quite a few different skill points. It doesn't feel like a lot, though. As you can kind of see by Iroh's stats here, he did not get like an insane number of skills or abilities or anything like that. Akari, get over here. He didn't get like an insane number of skills or anything, and there are clearly skills and abilities he's not very good at. Generally speaking, at like D6 is what you can kind of regard as like attemptable. Like that's kind of the big thing. That is attemptable. I'm not even sure I quite did that right because I might have just forgot D2 exists. But like D4 is you're kind of pushing it. D6 is like you can do it well enough. I wish you got a little bit more points to work with here, just to make sure that it feels like you can actually do something. Because there's a lot of skills, and it's like, well, I'm going to focus on skills that sound really good over skills that sound thematic. There are a lot of quirks, though. I do give it credit for that. You know, quirks are good. You can take up to a lot of burdens to get extra points, which you're going to fucking need. Because one of the big things is taking extra quirks also give you extra skills and attribute step-ups. So, just take 3 burdens. They're bad, mind you. They're really bad, but you get a little bit more points to work with. Old characters, adult characters. Yeah. None of the skills are quite out there. Administration's a little weird. But then you get skills like discipline. Discipline is really good. Athletics is really good. Like, then you get things like fight. Always pick fight's really good. Fight or shoot, it should be like mandatory. But then you get creativity. It's like, oh, okay. I mean, like, yeah, that's useful if I'm playing a really specific character. But then it's like, oh, performance is here, leadership, repair, ritual is magic, but again, magic is kind of a iffy skill. I think one of the issues is, like, there's just so many skills and you get so few points. You're going to find yourself really... I realize I closed him, too. You're going to find yourself kind of in, like... You're going to say to yourself, I want to get very particular things, if that makes sense. Like, I want to make sure that I'm good at, like, my one thing. So you're gonna try to build up to a D8. I don't know if I'm like a big fan of it. I wish maybe if there was a few more points, I would be a little bit more enthused with it. Kinda. What I would need to see is, what does a full party look like? Because I could make an estimate of what a party looks like. I think there's also a lot of setup to this game, if that makes sense. Like, as a GM, you need to go in there and, like, very clearly enunciate to all of the players all of the everything and say, this is exactly the kind of game we want to play. And this is the exact way we're going to do things. So, you kind of see quirks are good things. Quirks give you things. You're attractive. You get a +2 to it. You're brave. You always treat the tension level as one lower than what it is, which is very good because they don't really factor in what happens after that. After you hit the max tension. Calm, you're nimble, you're an innovator. Cool, you get some fun stuff. Some do more than others. Some are just way better than others. I wish that we saw things like tough, for example. Some of these ones that play with like collateral, I wish we got more of those. Maybe that was on purpose. But like, what tough allows you to do is like, hey, you could take collateral to remove a physical stress per scene. Like, why isn't there one for all of them? Or why can't we use collateral to do other things? You've introduced collateral. Can we use collateral to do something? Addiction, arrogant, craven. Kind of the idea is like, these let you do something. These are problems, and these are issues. You take disadvantage, you're taking problems. Hey, you're actually a fugitive. Hey, you're a pacifist, you're weak, you have secrets. Things. Gear is really, there's no formal gear. Yeah, you just don't have gear in Myrrorside at all. Also, I want to check something fast. Let's... Yeah, this artwork is, I don't know about this artwork. Something about it seems off. Can't put my finger on what it is. But yes, generally speaking. Like, my thing is, like, since there's no equipment or anything, like, I find it to be a little bit weird. You know, generally speaking, you're going to get XP very slowly. You're not going to get a shit ton of XP, but you don't need to. Generally, you're going to get 1 or 2, 3. You're going to probably, every adventure, you're probably going to get about 4 or 5 XP at best. You are not, mind you, going to get a lot of abilities. And you kind of even see you're just improving any ability, any skill takes a while. Improving attributes are hellishly long. You're really not going to get a lot. Now we start talking about the Myrrorside. If you use magic, things occur. That's a very simple thing to know about. Magic works. Sometimes. You have to use a very particular attribute for it, which you have to build up. Attunement is an attribute you need to buy. Unless you buy it early, which is going to be dog shit, unless you start tanking other attributes. kind of give you the idea, if our baseline attribute is like D8, D6, D6, that's our baseline. To get like a D6, 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 D6 for that attunement, because attunement starts technically at D0, to get a D6 there, everything else would be D4. Because it would be D2, D4, D6. So that's what I mean, like, attunement is hard to justify increasing. Even, like, if you want this is theoretically possible. Because you just spend your first advancement on improving it, but that's still just a D fucking 2. Like, attunement is hard. Generally speaking, most of your abilities are going to be rituals. Rituals are very precise, are very distant. You're going to be doing things via ritual. It's going to take time. It's going to mean make sure that you don't explode. However, if you are a magical being from beyond the mirror, you can just do it whenever the fuck you feel like, because you're a fucking nightmare creature. Yeah, fuck you. Oh man, I don't want to die. You can do whatever you want. It's great. Active in the real. Ook casting. Technology in the mirror, things break down. Effectively, like, simple technology is, works fine. A push bike works fine. An analog watch works fine. An SLR camera works fine. Easy. A car fails. A taser fails. A sighting on a firearm fails. However, video recording equipment, digital cameras, smart computers, software, that fails within seconds. You can't record anything. That's the big thing. You can take things with SLR cameras. You can take little photos, but you're not taking care of anything else in there. Because it hates you. It hates technology. Now, this is what a basic spell will look like. It takes 20 minutes. What's your casting? You're going to be doing your attunement plus your ritual, and you're going to be opposed by their attunement plus discipline. Time to force you back. Dun, dun, dun. We're going to banish you back to the fucking nightmare. Just to reduce their attunement to 0, they will not complete the rite and have very significant problems with likely an angry Myrrorside creature. Effectively, you're making a combat roll against him. That's what you're doing. You're fighting him with attunement to banish him. There's a couple of other ones that are you see casting difficulty Herculean. You're never going to succeed at that unless you completely have a bunch of advantages at this. Casting is very difficult in this game. So it's I'm not really, if you're doing something like that, you're either very specialized in it, or you know what you're doing, or you're doing some way to reduce the difficulty down. It's just about anything is kind of difficult. Which, hard, cursing is hard, fire walking is hard, levitating is really difficult. Legitimately anything is casting difficult in the real. In the Myrrorside, this shit's simple. Just cast the spell and you can do it. None of the casting difficulty is there, which I think is kind of neat. I like the idea behind that. It's a lot harder to cast things outside, but you're also in a nightmare dimension that wants to eat you. Hey, no, Pam, or does that paragraph just end? Yeah, I didn't want to bring it up, but, there are interesting things that occur. Let me, Because if you look at it, if the entity's ruling desires to return the mirror, the right is considerably granting a ritualist advantage or blank. Banishing an entity require... Yeah. Did I mention that this is a beta? Yeah, this is technically a beta. There are... I haven't really gone over them, but as I was reading, I did notice things throughout the book that were like, that's weird. Things not really sounding correctly. Issues like this where I was like, I'm not gonna think about it. I get what it's trying to do. It happens again. Joy. Yeah, it happens a few times. Not necessarily as bad as this, but there are... When you are going through, you will find it's little things. It's very tiny things you notice. And I didn't point all of them out, but when I was just reading through things, I noticed a few of them. And again, if you're looking at it, if you're looking for them, you'll find them. But if you're not looking for them, you don't notice them as much. But that's it's if you, yeah, not bad. It's just some of them are worse than others. A little rough around the edges. We're being generous, right? We're being nice. Poverty. Oh, do you want to see the poverty spell? Let me see if I can find, summon poverty. Yes, spiritual curse to the target with the right of poverty. Money will seem to slip through their fingers. This could be a succession of bills, debts, or just living it up. However, events conspire to characters suffer reduction in their available wealth. I cast greater poverty. Yeah. You can also cast greater prosperity. I cast greater Argentina. I wouldn't be surprised if they're making references to various things. I do find it funny though. Yes, creating seasons, they want to play horror tropes, themes, kind of the seasonal concept. They kind of want to make it like an episodes. Episode 1, episode 2, episode 3, 4, and kind of like should be the showdown. This is not a game for huge evolving stories or whatever. This is 5 episodes. This is a mini series. And I think that's okay. I'm really okay with this being like a mini series kind of game. However, the one thing that I would say, if you want to do a mini series, if you want to keep things like really fast and really give the characters a lot of XP, like give them a good amount of XP, but then say you can only spend it on skills. And make them be like, okay, we're developing our skills really fast up to the final confrontation, but you get 3.5 episodes effectively to use your skill, to improve yourself. That's kind of the idea. It's like 3.5 skills, you don't really know what you're getting into. Ta-da, here we are. Hooks, drama, memorable characters. There are quite a few different enemies, because a lot of the enemies look like this. Like, no, there's no way to... I didn't really see any way to make enemies, but they do give you a lot of stuff to work with. A lot of monsters, a lot of horrible, terrible things to deal with. Let me see. Let me see if I can find... a Thin Man. Half again, the height of a man. His entire body appears to be pulled and distorted to make him lean stick-like figure. His skin pulled taut over a bony frame. The thin man never speaks except as he presses a long, bony finger to the victim's list. With the mouth sealed and unable to articulate any sound, the thin man will extend his long fingers and offer a victim his hand, drawing them into the shadows, drawing them into his own dark world. Shadow Man, Schwartzman, Shea, and other folklore around the world. Die of starvation, slowly wither away, unable to escape the collection. So, you want to fight the Thin Man. It's the Thin Man. It's thinning time. I don't know why the D10 is also the D20 symbol. I just realized that the D10 symbol's D20. We have no other. Let me see. You do have a D10 symbol. You literally do have a D10 symbol. You just used a D20 for. Do not think about anything. There's no problems here. Do not think too hard about these things. But this is effectively what a basic villain might look like. This is his thing, silencing touch. Attunement discipline against Thin Man's attunement deception. Shadow passage can use any dark corner to enter the realm of his victim. Yep, you're fighting Dexter Wards. Oh no, it's giant evil monsters. You want to find special knives. The puzzle box door, yes. It serves maybe like shapes. Yeah, you want to just play Hellraiser, feel free to open up, the box. Yeah, should enter the scene who not present solving the puzzle, they will immediately close back to its puzzle box form. Yeah, some of the Sweeney Todd's Razor. There's some that are very some very specific. Others of them are fine. The collaborative metagaming thing this was the thing that he likes a lot. Effectively, you get influence tokens and you just hold votes of what's going on. You open up the vote and everyone puts in points. Everyone's get one free vote, but you can always put in influence tokens here. And you're getting into fights and you're getting into struggles and you're trying to negotiate with one another. That could be it. I'm gonna play collaborative storytelling. Don't hoard undue influence. And a more influence then made clear their intention to siphon their power. The player with all the influence tokens can try to explain what they need to save them and make the would-be raider reconsider. Yeah. It's a lot of you're trying to jockey for storytelling control. I think it's interesting. I would need to look into it a little bit more. This isn't really my thing. I understand the pitch. I would need to look at it a little bit differently, possibly. Yeah, I would need to look a little bit deeper into it to get a little bit there. But Myrrorside is interesting enough. A little rough around the edges, but Miss Niggles. Labyrinth mentioned. Yeah, this is Myrrorside, Draco. We just finished it. Let me see. Let me see if we can bring up the antagonists. Let's Miss Niggles. Ah, there you are, Miss Niggles. Yes, hello. It's Miss Niggles. Most of the time, it's a nerd inanimate doll can be found in a museum or private collection. When the doll comes in contact with either a locust or an individual with attunement attribute of D2 or higher, it awakens. But somewhere along the way, it needs to protect its owner becomes subverted. The doll is naturally drawn to children as its primary victims, to attach itself to any vulnerable person. It will befriend and play with its ward, and often listen, offer advice, and console and soothe if the ward is upset. Urge you to learn magic and focus their pain, upset, and anger to draw them closer to the Myrrorside, crossing over to become a creature of the other side. Reel away to new ward. Yeah. Yes, Miss Niggle. Miss Niggle attacks to forcing people to say her name in public. Say my name. No, I can't say that. I can't say it with the hard R, Miss Nichols. Say it. No. Please. But yeah, do I think Myrrorside's interesting? Yeah, I think it works. It's not a campaign game by any stretch of the imagination. Do you want to play... I would unironically, here's the thing, I would unironically say this game is a way better suit for playing something like Stranger Things. Like a Stranger Things game, you're all like kids, you're all like teenagers. I think the game works a lot better for that because you don't have a lot of skills and things, you're a little bit fragile. You're kind of a little bit more like that. It feels weird playing it as like a grown-ass man because you just don't have a lot of skills and things. And it feels kind of strange. The fact that you don't have really any gear or anything like that. If you were to say, hey, we're all playing, we're playing a bunch of teenagers going on weird adventures. If you play an adult, you get a bunch of skills, but you can't improve very much. Teenagers are very adaptable. Kids have, like, starting attunement or something. I wonder, do they start with attunement? Like, that could be interesting. Like, all of the kids start with attunement, but you don't. As an adult, you don't start naturally with attunement or whatever. Let's see. They do start with attunement, yeah. Children do, in fact, start with attunement. Yeah, I would say, like, young adults start with a little bit more things to kind of play around with. Lots of stuff. Yeah, I would say, like, kids. I would say play with, like, start with everyone at, like, D2 attunement. Just be like, that's your natural attunement, but you can also reduce it down. Be like, hey, you've reduced it down a little bit, now you have to deal with that. But kids start with, like, D4, so they have D4 across the board. Something like that. That would be my suggestion. The cover's so far removed from everything. Yeah, I mean, it sort of is, but isn't at the same time. Because the idea... I didn't really go over the lore, but the idea is people connected to the Myrrorside go insane. The people who are connected to it go a little bit cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, so you have, like, the scary clown monster who is going insane because he's a doppelganger from the Myrrorside or something like that. It does feel out of place, though. Honestly, if it was something like here, like if it was like a front back of like something like this, like there was like a front cover of like a bunch of people like looking in like horror of this weird surreal place, and at the very back of the book you had that image where you're like, oh, they're looking at this dude. It's like, that's super creepy. I think that would be kind of fun. Even just some artwork that would be like human looking, if that makes sense, or like really surreal horror. Hell, like even something like this, I think that would do a little bit better. Just lean into the... Or just lean into the inspirations a little bit more. It's like, yeah, it's scary clown. I think that's kind of the thing with Myrrorside that's a little bit disappointing. Thematically, it's not super strong. Let's see. Let's talk about We'll do the EDU, and then we'll go ECU, then we'll go into Old Gods of Appalachia. Or Appalachia, I should say. These Old Gods of Appalachia are not as interesting to talk about. Now, one thing to note, This game is not very long. This one has kind of a weird story with it, so that'll be fun to talk about for a bit. So what is Eldritch? What is Eldritch Care Unit? Well, it's by this company called Falconian Production. As see here. Kind of see this. And it was like, oh, all right, kind of interesting. Falconian Productions. What have you done? Fuck all. They haven't really done. They've done The Blood. Don't really know anything about The Blood. Yeah, like this is the game. I've never really seen it. Yeah, vampirism is magic. It's vampires. Looks like there was a Kickstarter for it. Don't really know anything else about it too much. Didn't really look into it. But we have Falconian Productions. This is ECU. This is their particular game. Let me see if I can find the Patreon. They've got Falconian Production Patreon. We have Patreon here. We've got updates. Exalted First, the World of Darkness. Yeah, they've got Exalted for the World of Darkness. This is their big one that they're doing now, which is Eldritch Defenders. They've made their goal on it. It's done. They actually finished it. They did really well. That's all you can really ask for in something like this. They've done a few different games. Paved in Blood, Far Horizons, Guide to Cults, The Blood expansions, and Eldritch Defenders. And I was like, oh, alright, Falconian Productions. Who are you guys? This literally, this just finished, by the way. Like, this finished, yesterday. Actually, it finished about 8 hours ago. So, shine on. That's really all you can really say is like, hey, good job, man. You got your fucking money. You are doing the work. And I do not dislike ECU. And I believe this is using the same. I believe they're using the same, yeah, right here. Hopefully they expand out, because it's the adversarial system. I have small issues, small misniggles with this game, with this system though. Weird thing about it though is that there's another company that they cite at the end of it, because ECU came out a while ago at this point. It's this one, Approved San Juero Co-op, seal of approval. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Chris Falco, special thanks to the San Gennaro Co-op. I was like, huh, what the hell is a San Gennaro Co-op? That sounds a little bit funky. Go here, this is, but this is now Far Horizons Co-op. Far Horizons is a completely different company now. That is its own thing. And this completely different thing, their main thing is Brinkwood. I've talked for about 5 minutes about Brinkwood. It's forged in the dark. Yeah, as you kind of see, mask up, spill blood, drink the rich. Building a rebellion, overthrow blood-soaked vampires who oppress and dominate your world. It's... yeah, has gone dog duty with all the graphics looking like they will run through and make it as low as resolution as possible compressor. It's now 2 pages in 1 page. Any chance of quality can be reversed? Not working for me. It's not like... yeah. This is one of their big books. It's about vampires. We kind of saw this before. I don't quite know the full story behind things. I don't think there is supposed to be a full story behind certain things. But this is Far Horizon. You can see Far Horizon's Guide to Cults here. And you see Christopher Falco even. Here's Christopher Falco. This is Falconian Productions. This is him. And, like, alright. Let's see if I can find the Far Horizons TRPG. What if I can find them? Far Horizons Co-op. This is them. It's 100% creator-owned and profit-shared international collective of indie TTRPG creators. We focus on being people first. Proceeds directly and transparently, keeping independent ownership. Independent ownership over our own creations and making kick-ass games. No idea what the fuck you mean by that, but cool. They redid it from San Juerno. If you go to San Gennaro Co-op, we hit that, they rebranded effectively into Far Horizons. Don't know what happened. I don't know if there's like a thing. Weird thing to note, though, is they actually failed their latest Kickstarter. This was a Kickstarter they did. Where's the money? It's pounds. How do you revert to OG DTR? I got stuck with a modern one. I randomly click on things and things occur. But yeah, this is afterwards. Like, they were gonna do like this big guide and then it just failed. Yeah, but you have a completely different person. You know, it's Far Horizons Co-op, Far Horizons Co-op. It's Far Horizons Co-op player. This is a completely different person. It's just a lot of little things. I don't really know the full story about this, and I have a feeling that I'm going to need to dive into this company a little bit more. I have a strange feeling we're going to talk about them again. Because if we look here, Friendship Effort Victory is actually here. And this is actually a game in my PBTA case, my next PBTA case I have. It's because it's PBTA, by the way. Cooperatively designed and profit shared RPG. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about with that. I genuinely have no idea. I would like to know more about the system, how it's working, what it's doing. They promoted it to hell and back, and it still failed. Pretty poorly, in fact. Like, they didn't even hit halfway. Let's see, comments. Sorry, just making regrouping. Funding goal to the moon. Yeah, no, it's even this guy was like, swing this little, make this amazing thing. Yeah, it's like, I hope you reflect on how capitalism interacts with death and how we struggle to understand morality and risk. Please pay us money so we can talk to you about capitalism. There's a weird hint of meta irony. Yeah, this is just a thing that exists and did not succeed. Let's see, human made. Let's see, Riley, so editing, illustrations. These are the people. Chris Falco. So yeah, Chris Falco's involved with this one. So he's still involved with it. Embracing empathy and diversity. Ah, of course. They, them. They, them. I don't know what the fuck. His name is literally Mark Shepard. Oh, Lord Almighty. Yeah, I don't... Feels like there's something very weird going on with Far Horizons. I have to look into it a little bit more. But I'm always curious about those horrible, weird little things. But ECU is technically... Yeah, also, Chris Falco, of course, he's a World of Darkness guy. Are you really surprised about him being a World of Darkness guy? A lot of World of Darkness that he did. Yeah, a lot of Vampire the Requiem, it looks like. Not surprisingly. So let's get into it. What is the adversary system? What is any of this? How what are we doing? What could we possibly be in this game? Well, this is an introduction. Effectively, the lore is very simple. The lore is incredibly simplistic. There is the thing called the ECU, the Eldritch Care Unit. The ECU is a magical place that is separated in about 30% of hospitals, and they are effectively hospitals for people who are strange, otherworldly. Hey, you are cursed by a witch, you go to the ECU. Hey, you're a fairy, you go to the ECU. Hey, you're being infected by a fairy plague, you go to the ECU. It's where you have just as much as the good doctor on staff as you do the elder god doctor, or it's everyone is a weird set of characters who are supposed to be the doctor staff together. We're doing stuff. I'm like, okay. There is no character sheet. The basic premise is simple. You're going to decide your name, what your concept is. Cool. Your primary field is a very specific thing, and you're going to assign 25 to it. Your secondary field is a kind of a more generalized field. Hey, you're a face-centric general practitioner. But his Dr. Ray Ivanov's main thing is that he's a neurosurgeon. That is his thing. He's a neurological surgeon. His secondary thing is he's a general practitioner, mostly for fairies. If there is a fairy problem, he's probably the one you're going to call for it. His hobby is that he's an amateur demonologist. He's got a 15 there. Now, that is effectively how you write a character, how you make a character. You write down what their main thing is, what their secondary thing is, a little bit broader, and whatever their hobby is. Boom, done. Congratulations, you've done it. Now, I kind of talk about training. Not meant to be simulationist. This is fine. Quirks are a little bit weird because they don't explain quirks very well. They give you like 3 quirks down here. But effectively, a quirk is any supernatural bullshit that goes on. Skip a certain check in a certain circumstance. Remove dice from an adversarial check. Cool. Make a check when you normally shouldn't. So, I could say, for example, Ray has a supernatural quirk of he's a friend of the Unseelie Queen. Anytime he needs to convince fairies to do something, it automatically happens. He doesn't need to worry about it. He can convince fairies to do shit because they're terrified of him. They don't like him very much. They're kind of intimidated by Dr. Ray here. Our very scraggly looking doctor. He's our man. Far Horizon, the company of Jay's editor. I'm gonna fucking kill him. Okay, time to burn down Far Horizons, everybody. Sorry, instinct, kicked in. My knee-jerk reaction kicked in. Wishing death upon the shaitan. Delicious. Now, the thing is here, you can kind of select anything you want, being like, oh, I can control people's shadows. Oh, I can look inside people's bodies. Or, hey, I'm actually a vampire and can auto-test blood. Because I can just drink blood and automatically know. I can just automatically test what blood is like. Because guess what? I'm a fucking vampire. I can do this. Like, cool. I think that's a fun thing to do. You got a fun. It's fun, nice and simple. Well, this is what it better generally is. If you have like a they kind of tell you, like, if you have a really specific like primary, secondary field, or even hobby, like hellishly specific, to increase it by 3, it's 3 points. Being pinged by someone who's pinging me. Mm. Mm. But yes, generally speaking, you're not going to have super high attributes, but we'll get into why that's weird. Very weird. Is this like Garth Marenghi, but lame? I don't know what Garth Marenghi is. Let's see. I'm curious. Oh, I know, Dark Place. I was like, wait a second. Darth Marenghi is, Dark Place. Yeah, honest to God, it's just lame Dark Place. Yeah, I get you. If you want to be really, really specific, it is kind of lame Dark Place. But it is fun. Like, the second I saw Dark Place, I'm like, yep, it's him. I was like, Garth Marenghi, why does the name sound familiar? Yeah, so very simple to make a character. But then you get to the adversarial. This is the main crux of the game. Life isn't fair, lacking external pressures and problems. A good doctor. I am a doctor. I am a doctor. Dr. Han moment. It might be time, might be budgetary constraints. Something is going wrong. And it's a simple set of role-playing mechanics. The basic idea is that it does not inherently mean you'll roll the dice. So, let's say, for example, something is average, requires some thought and effort. I will automatically succeed at anything that is average difficulty, because it's below my primary field, my secondary field, my hobby, doesn't matter. I will automatically succeed. So you may be saying, wait a second, what does that mean? But if I'm incredibly difficult, I can't succeed with my hobby. You're like, wait a second, what is that? That doesn't make any sense. Now, if you have something that's a little bit outside the scope, you're lowering your effective training by 5. I'm a neurosurgeon. Anytime I'm doing something, if I'm trying to perform leg surgery outside my scope, but I'm still a fucking neurosurgeon, I'm gonna be fine. I'm gonna lower it to 20 though. Absolutely no sense of actual training. It's a 6. Now, and then you start getting things a little bit, the idea is that you're building up an adversarial dice pool. Anything that is going wrong currently, you're adding to it. There's a time crunch, inappropriate tools, there's an injury, there's a curse going on, there's a complication, someone's working against you. Fucking, it's midnight. Fuck you, it's, something is going wrong. Oh no! We have 2 hours to solve this flesh-eating parasite monster. Oh! Default to 1 each, but it's probably something extreme. You never have to deal with more than 5 or so adversarial dice. It's put together, roll the appropriate number of d6s, subtract the total from the character's effective training. So, for example, let's say we need to perform brain surgery. Oh no, we need to perform some difficult brain surgery. Normally, this isn't a problem. I've got a 25 in my neurosurgeon. That's my fucking jam. However, I need to perform brain surgery, and we're getting clocked. We're on the clock. We got to do it fast. We don't have the right supplies then. and it's on a werewolf who's flailing around and very mad that he is not fully sedated. And I'm also tired. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take 4d6 from my thing. I'm gonna roll, and I rolled a 10, 12, 15. 15 minus 25 is effectively a 10. I would have a 10. I look at the difficulty. I would have failed this, technically. Because in the adversarial system, you do not roll anything. The GM is technically the only one rolling, because it's just working against you. Now, what you need to do, though, is you want to mitigate difficulty. You want to do something to get around. The task is completed as normal. When a character fails due to the pressures of the adversarial system, something is going wrong. But let's think about what I said there. He's flailing around. We don't have time. We don't have supplies, and I'm tired. I'm real tired. What can we do to mitigate that? That's bad. Something else complicated. What simply mean? A less important task might be a simple failure. Find more interesting allow for it, and players themselves just suggestion for it. The option is complicated success. Kind of opposed tasks. They might have something based. You're pretty much opposing one another. Opposing a total of 5 for all the factors. An NPC can't actually act at a given instant. Dice won't apply. Because the idea behind mitigating difficulty is very simple. I'm tired. I'm going to drink some coffee. I'm spending time to drink some coffee. The werewolf is flailing about. He does not want to have neurosurgeon done. He's not fully sedated. What can we do? We have a wizard. Wizard put a sleep spell on him. Get rid of that dice. Immediately now that it's down to 2d6. Roll, it's 11. It's barely a success, but we did get him sedated, and he is fine now. He succeeded by like 1 point. Actually, we still failed, but that's what the main idea is. You establish a circumstance. You establish a circumstance, and with that circumstance, you must now try to work around it. Some things you're just never going to be able to fix. You can't fix the fact that you have 24 hours to solve it. You can't fix that. You can't fix the fact that you don't have money. You can't do that. But what you can do is attempt to mitigate what you can control. Or at least try to fix something. Hey, there's a task that we want to do to increase. Hey, the assisted task is, my friend is helping me sedate the werewolf. Bring him down. Hey, someone is working with them. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You have a lingering cold. There's no power, something is going wrong. Now, you might also have like the big picture. Large or small scale, things are going wrong. You might have the big scale issue. We have a massive accident going on. Oh no, a gnome went up. There is a gnome infestation. There are dozens of gnomes currently injured. We need to take care of the dozens of gnomes. This is a bad thing. Normally, this is fine. Uh-oh, there's a clear issue. Each of your ECUs are going to have a kind of a capability. It's going to be like, how much can you actually deal with? Now, you could say, okay, our actual capability of our hospital is 30. Let's say it's even 25. You got a big ass hospital, it's 25. This gnome issue is 15 though. We can deal with it. It's going to be difficult. But why is this so difficult to deal with? We don't have enough people here. There's clearly too many gnomes. We need to make sure the gnomes are are nice, or calm the fuck down. There are more than one gnome. There's more than one gnome present. This is bad. There's not enough staff members to handle everyone. Everyone's busy. We need to free up staff members. How are we going to free up staff? there is, we need to fix all these things immediately, and we don't have enough time to do it. And at that point, you're trying to mitigate difficulty or find ways around that difficulty. You might make minor checks, you might make greater checks, you might try to play on something, you might not. That's the idea. You're always going to try to find, a capability of 30. There's a big issue is, can we solve this reasonably? Yes, you might not be able to. You're going to risk it approximately 24 hours. So it's like, okay, what do we do with trying to beat this? And everything cascades. That's a big thing. Everything cascades. And I like the idea that everything cascades. There's a bunch of gnomes a bunch of injured gnomes. I'm going to try to summon something to do that. And to do that, I need something else. There are 3 checks here, effectively. We're trying to mitigate one check to help with another, to help with another. Boom, boom, boom. There's a line of things going on. Everyone's kind of doing their own thing. You just don't roll for anything. There's the Eldritch world. It's lore. It's kind of... It definitely exists. It's like, yep, this does exist. That's all you really need to know. Keep things going forward. They talk about how the hospital works. General layout, kind of the capability, like 25 metro hospital, super hospital, kind of large one, a small small one. What kind of staff is available? You have people on staff. You don't have people on staff. Give them 1 die that can be applied to any sort of field. What's going on? How are we doing things? How do we solve the problem? How do we diagnose? Because you might not know what's going on. We need to diagnose the problem. Hey, I'm a GP. I've got a 20 my GP. You got two things, well documented, like, we've got a problem. We've got a very uncommon, very weird illness. And you have 1 die of antagonism. We just don't have time for it. I'm never going to fail that. Cool. What's going on? Tell me what's up. You look at it and you automatically know. It's not a difficult thing. Different individual problems, and you're adding more adversarial dice, but that's how, again, there's that cascade again. There's the big problem we need to solve. We need to solve this minor issue. We need to solve it doing this. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. And once you do it, increase training by 1. Increase, other trainings by 2. Get a new hobby rated at 10. Get 2 advancements and learn a new supernatural quirk. I like this as... They kind of go over a few, possible patients. Hey, how do we solve a vampire who very literal sunburns? Severe reaction to the sun. Typical sort of body will slow to heal for a long time. Oh no. So alternative will need to be found. We need to find an issue. That's base 3d6. Total diagnose. Total treatment. Backlash. We gotta figure out what's going on. Oh no. I like this. I like the game, the way they present things. My only thing that I would wish with the adversarial system is that there was a way for you to contribute, for you to roll the dice, if that makes sense. Because generally speaking, you aren't rolling any dice. The players do not roll, the GM gets to roll. And what I mean by that is anytime you roll the dice, you're just working against yourself. And it would be fun for the player, to me anyway, to be like, hey, you've done something that's a little bit chaotic. That's a little, this isn't a guaranteed. You're not removing difficulty. You're giving yourself a boon. But that boon's going to be 1 to 6. It's maybe not as great. Someone's helping you out. Cool. You giving me a boon to my roll. Hey, this person is actively working with you. You get a bonus here that's maybe not super tested. Cool. I've done something to eliminate a threat. I can get rid of it. I think that would be a lot more interesting than just the strict, here are a bunch of adversarial die, you're just removing die or trying to remove die. To me anyway, but I also like rolling dice. But do I think the game is bad? No, I think the game is actually pretty interesting. It's, funnily enough, you could actually just straight up run like a hospital drama game in this. If you want to run a house simulator, you totally can. House simulator is not difficulty. Yeah, it's not difficulty. It's like, yeah, we're out of ectoplasm bags. Make an alternative. The strike is going on. How do we fix it? Oh, it's like, well, we still gotta treat everyone. There's things you can do to make this, like, you can remove a lot of the Eldritch stuff and nothing really changes, though. If there was, like, if you were like, my big thing is with, like, adding the D6s and rolling the benefit, if you're relying on magic, you're adding D6s. Very chaotic. If you are, relying on science, you're removing D6s. That could be kind of interesting. It kind of gives, characters different emphases, being like, do we want to try to solve something, do we want to try to solve an issue, or do we want to try to rely on otherworldly forces? That could be kind of interesting. It sounds like the second version of this game, kind of the it could be a dedicated Eldritch god in the basement. That's the default thing to manage. I think with the lawyer one, they said like, oh, we're adding a bunch of new stuff to it, a lot more quirks and a lot more toys to play with. I think that could be a lot more fun. I'm curious, but generally speaking, I like Eldritch carry unit. It's not really scary, but if you want to play kind of a goofy, if you want to play house, but every patient's a fucking like werewolf or something, then yeah, you can totally just play house. Go for it. Play Scrub. You could, if you want to play Scrubs, ECU Scrubs edition. Yeah, you can. There's nothing stopping you. But now we get to the big boy. Oh boy. Oh boy, everybody. Hello, Monte. Not your usual kind of lupus. Oh my god, this werewolf has lupus. What are we gonna do? Yes, welcome to Old Gods of Appalachia. Yes, Old Gods of Appalachia. I'll have to miss the Monte cuckening. Yes, now, right off the bat, I'm gonna say this is Cypher system. Cypher system is odd, and I'm not a huge fan of it for a variety of reasons. So I'm gonna say that's gonna color my opinions dramatically. But what is Old Gods of Appalachia? Let me do. Yeah, the Old Gods of Appalachia is actually like one weird thing of. This is the Old Gods of Appalachia. This is actually a podcast. One of those like horror anthology podcast spooky things. Horror podcast, Cam Collins and Steve Shell. Kind of see the lots. It's effectively a radio show if you want to be really particular about it. Best overall podcasts, audio drama, storytelling. Everyone seems to like it. 15 to 30 minute little episodes. Immersive, wonderfully written, lovingly narrated story. Generally speaking, it is a horror podcast. That's what it is. Just yeah, as you can see, adapted by two, announced on November 12th. It didn't come out too long ago, relatively speaking, and I. Okay, oh gods of Appalachia, you're not really helping here. Let's... Is your fucking website up for maintenance or something? Why is your website in maintenance? God damn it. Yeah, so... The entire idea is... Oh, someone's here. Yeah. Their website's not working. Their website's down. Okay, good start, everybody. Good start. The big idea, though, is that it's about horror things in Appalachia. Now, have I listened to the podcast? No. Do I care about the podcast? No. I did, however, I asked my wonderful people at in the server to explain to me if any of them have seen it, and some of them have. So I to read out some of the questions there. Let's see. Have any one of you watched it? I have heard about it, but no. I have. It's not good. Production-wise, it's alright. Falls into the same trope of keep turning me off the podcast. It advertises itself as a horror story, but bait and switches you into watching a queer romance melodrama. 10 minutes and got bored. Yeah. Apparently, it's just that. Ta-da! Yeah, this is it. This is Old God of Appalachia. Now, one weird thing to note about this particular game is that it was... The lead designer on the game is, if we go to, is Shauna Germain. Shauna here is the main person we know. She works for Monte Cook. The big thing, she works for Monte Cook. And Princess Lexa Maven, Vorpal Blonde, Princess of 1,000 Enemies, Schrodinger's Brat. Co-founder of Monte Cook. Yeah, she's effectively a co-founder of Monte Cook, and you can support her on Patreon if you want. Let me think. The Old God. Let me see. Old Gods of Appalachia. I would like to click on it, but I can't because it doesn't work. Fuck. We go here. I believe one of them, I can't remember who it was, but someone actually worked on it from like Monte Cook. And such. Can I find who? Yeah, here's Shauna. You can support Shauna directly if you want. 202 people do. Every month. Yeah. Yeah, this is the co-founder of Monte Cook. So let me think if I can find select body of work. She's got a lot of novels. Bound by Lust, Lure of Dangerous Women, Leather Bound, As Kinky as You Want to Be, Kicking It Successfully, The Old Gods of Appalachian role-playing game, of course, Tides of Numenera, Invisible Sun. Yeah, Shauna Germain is an interesting duck. Let's say that. Where was it? Where it was? Yeah. Creative director Monte Cook was obviously in there. Where was the one that I thought was very... There was one person that I saw that was very strange, but this is effectively... She is the main writer. She's the main person behind everything. Somewhere along the way, there is a connection between her and the Old Gods of Appalachia team. I can't remember who did it. I don't know where it was. All I'm saying is, like, this is not like a weird happenstance situation that they just happened to do it. Like, there was a very clear reason this exists. Where was it? I know I saw it. I remember it was like, oh, that's kind of weird. The PDF version is $23. Let's get back to what I love about Monte Cook. To buy the print and PDF is $77. Yeah. The role-playing game, that's $70 for the actual print game. Yeah, that's designer Donna Germain. Yeah. We love Monte Cook, obviously, here. We're a big fan of Monte Cook. Monte has done nothing wrong. You might know Monte from a variety of other games. You want to buy any of his cool games? Of course you do. Of course you want to buy many of his games. We all love every single game made by Monte Cook. This came out relatively. Let me see. Old Gods of Appalachia. RPG. Let me see if I can find. Yeah, there we go. What's a Kickstarter product? Just gonna kind of see down here. Made $2 million. Yes, it made $2 million because people really like this thing. It does, however, use the cipher system. That is one very important thing to note. It does use the cipher system. You can get an XP deck. You get pocket railroad guides. What the fuck any of this means, but who was the biggest one? Who was the biggest simp? The biggest simp was 3,600 people, mind you, bought the $265 version. Woo! Cam Collins. That was, yeah. So Cam Collins was one of the ones who works somewhere along the way here. I can't remember exactly where Cam Collins works, but she did additional design. She was there. Let's just say that. Steve Shell. Yeah, she co-hosted Appalachian Arcana. Where was it? Multiple Emmy Awards. Where was the line? Am I just losing my mind? I think I'm just losing my mind here. Wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. All of these very many people. Oh, also a native of Wise County. Oh, Wise County. Yeah. A lot of people involved with this. But let's get into it, okay? Let's just get into it. Because we've got to get some absolute Kino in here, right? I mean, it's got to be this amazing, great game. Because you have all these people working on it. Having the land with his gamut set. Very performative of you, I get it. Very land acknowledgement. Very, very performative of you. Have no fear. Play the haunted house thing with someone sent. Play the haunted house thing someone sent you. Wow, people. So, let's get into it. Basic lore. All you really need to know about the lore. It's Appalachia. Things are scary. Welcome to the Eastern United States backcountry. Things are scary. Things are bad there. White people solve everyone's problems. All you need to know. They do have some notes about like, hey, make sure remember that this is the podcast. You kind of watch that. Now, the biggest thing is I gotta teach everyone about the wonderful cipher system. I'm gonna do my best to explain the cipher system to you. I'm gonna do that by bringing up the one, the only Man of the hour. We need to bring up Feels Chudjack. Maybe wondering, who the fuck is Feels Chudjack? Well, Feels, obviously. Our man in Hello Feels Chudjack. Now, Feels here has 3 pools. In the Cypher system, you have 3 pools. Might, Speed, Intellect. This is your health just as much as a lot of other resources you can do. Now, the big thing is anytime you want to do anything, you're going to take your D20 and you need to roll your D20 over a difficulty. Now, all difficulty is ranked from 1 to 10. And whatever that difficulty is, times 3 is the target number. So, hey, you need to encounter a situation that is target number 3. So I need to roll my D20. I roll. I roll. I've rolled a 15. I've successfully cleared it because target number 3, difficulty 3, is actually target number 9. Cool. That's all you need to know. But oh no. Let's roll. Let's say, okay, this is difficulty, let's say it's difficulty 5. We need to beat a 15. That sounds pretty difficult. What we can do is apply effort. We apply effort to something, you kind of see here, we can actually reduce our pool, usually by 3. Actually, no, that's a bad one. We can reduce our pool by 3 and lower the difficulty by 1. By 1 step. So instead of 15, it's now 12. We roll. And congratulations, we succeeded. We rolled a 20. We did good. But our pool of our speed is lower now. Now, if you have edge in something, you kind of see here, we got our edge. So let's say, for example, I need to do some effort with a might check. Oh no, it's it's difficulty 5, target number 15. I need to apply some effort. If you have edge in something, what you can do is reduce the cost of expenditures using might. Does that make sense? Everyone on the same fucking page here? So what can happen is instead of spending 3 of my pool, I will only spend 2 of my pool. So congratulations. I taught you the entirety of the Cypher system. Does anyone have any questions on the Cypher system? Because it's giving you a secret here that is 90% of the game. Thing is, if you're trained in anything related to the big idea is skills are very open. If you are reasonably skilled in something, you're reducing difficulty by a step. If you're specialized in something, you ease difficulty by 2 steps. Because everything is just reducing the difficulty down. There's no modifier. You don't have any modifiers, you don't have any bonuses or anything like that. Everything is just D20 versus a target number, and all about reducing the difficulty. That's all you're doing. Automatically succeeding, you might reduce things to a roll. And how do we, when do we roll? When there's something dramatic happening. Then we get into combat, because almost everything combat's a big deal in this game, actually. Yeah, combat's weirdly important in this horror narrative anthology story, because how effectively a lot of combat works in Cypher system is, they might be difficulty 2. They're difficulty 2, you just need to beat a 6 to actually hit them. And you also get to apply all your trainings, benefits, practicals, or whatever you get to do to up and down the difficulty. That's how it's done. The GM doesn't make any die rolls, it's all the player. So if you're being attacked by a creature, you're making a defense roll. If you're attacking a creature, you're making an attack roll. If the creature is trying to sodomize me, I'm making a roll to resist said thing. All depends on their level. But you memorize this chart, you will be fine. Generally speaking, most normal people can get about, difficult relatively consistently. How do weapons work? You have light weapons, medium weapons, and heavy weapons. That's the amount of damage they do. That's all flat number based on the weapon or attack used. Anytime you have armor, one less damage, but everything gets it. But all your speed-based stuff takes a little bit more out of you. 19 or 20 is effectively crits. That's one thing to note. I don't remember that from Numenera, but it's been a while since I read it. You get to do a lot more damage if you roll really high. So just natty 20, baby. Natty 20 every day, all day. Woohoo, woohoo, woohoo. Dab, dab, dab. Let's fucking go. I love natty 20s. Range and speed, experience points. Now, you may be wondering, ciphers. Ciphers have to be really important because this is called the cipher system. But they aren't. Ciphers are very not actually important, the cipher system, a lot of the time, because what ciphers are one-shot powers. In Numenera, they were weird artifacts that you found and you could do to do something. Oh, hey, I have a cipher that is actually a orb that is a magnet. Or, oh, cool, I have a magic object that shoots a laser beam, but it blows up when I'm done using it. Done. The cipher system is all about these, like, one-shot powers. Except ciphers are the worst part of the system. Ciphers suck. They've always sucked. No one likes ciphers. I shouldn't say no one likes ciphers, but, like, no one really... I've never encountered someone who's enthusiastic about ciphers. Let's just say that. And the people who are super enthusiastic about ciphers are the people who are super enthusiastic about literally just the game. They just like anything Monte Cook puts out, and they probably don't actually follow the cipher rule, because cipher rules suck. Artifacts, other dice. You won't really need that many other dice. Generally speaking, it's very rare you will. Now, you may be saying, wow, this is legitimately over 100 pages to make a character. Yeah, it's over 100 pages to make a character because they have to explain things to you in graphic fucking detail. They re-explain how the pool works, how edge works, how effort works. And what I mean by reiterate it, they reiterate it a lot. Over and over again. Yeah, it's there. There are 6 tiers of character development. This is the big thing. There are 6 tiers of character development. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, the big thing is these are kind of like your levels, but they're not levels. They are raw power increases, but you shouldn't also do that because it's a really bad idea. The main thing, though, is every time you rank up, you increase your stat pools, you're moving toward perfection, you get extra efforts, and you get better skills. You need to do that once you purchase all 4 of them. You get up. So, for example, I say, hey, I'm leveling up. Boom, 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 boom. I want you in my room. Dun, 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 dun. I've got all of that. I would increase my rank by 1, and I'd become second. I become a second tier. Currently, I am first tier. And I would start it all over again. Or you can use it to increase other things. You also get bonus armors, +2 to your recovery rolls, add new abilities from your type. You don't need to spend other options, but you can, which you should, because they're very important. The big thing, though, is the character descriptor, type, and focus. Almost every single character in the game can be described as is a descriptor type who focuses. Beals is an outcast explorer who shoots sharp and straight. That's just who he is. You might be a daring explorer who shoots start and stay. You might be a wild explorer who shoots start. There's a bunch of different descriptors and explorer, different types of descriptors that gives different bonuses and your focus. Now, in the olden times of Numenera, your focus was the thing that actually gave you super cool, awesome powers. In this one, it doesn't, because it's lame. Everything is very lame. A cursed speaker who speaks in tongues, an honorable protector who defends what matters, a neighborly protector who delves into darkness, an industrious explorer who shares ways and signs. Yeah, you see, podcast example, podcast example, podcast examples. You do get some special abilities, but we'll kind of go into that when we hit that state of being. Now, this is a skill. All of these skills, these also don't matter. You can have skills in literally anything. It does not matter. The big thing with skills, though, is that you have them to do something. The mapping, mapping is, that'd be intellect. Writing, we would call it speed, and might, or what. So all that it is at the end of the day is, oh, I'm writing. Anything related to writing I can do. Anything related to sneaking I can do. Anything related to survival I can do. Ish. Then you get things like guns. You're just trained in guns. Your light and medium weapons. You're trained in light and medium weapons. There are no set skills, but as long as it's an ing or a fee, you should be fine. It's geography. It's crafting. It's carrying. It is hopping, stealthing. Geology. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. As long as you can ing something, you're usually going to be doing pretty well with it. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, that would be an attack every time you use it. Shake the bones as your skill. Skill for the sport. You can't select all magical powers or all attacks as one skill and become trained or specialized in such a broad category. Yeah, they need to, like, really tell you, make sure you don't, give, like, very broad skills to everything, but also do have broad skills because you just don't talk about it. Specialize in attack and defense tasks up through certain times to focus on their abilities. Yeah. So, effectively, there are 3 character types. Well, 4 character types. There's protectors, sages. I understand why there's 100 pages, by the way, now. Of explorers, speakers. Why is it not alphabetical? Fuck you, that's why. So, if you want to know why this is an insanely long amount of pages, it's because they just added shit to it. So I'll take an example of, we'll do a protector. How about that? We'll just do a nice simple protector. Actually, no, we're not gonna do a protector. We're instead going to do explorer because I am playing an explorer. Yeah, let me find the explorer again. So, one of the ideas is the concept of intrusions. During an intrusion, the player is allowed to spend XP, because you can actually spend XP as kind of like a meta resource, and provide situational benefits. There are some which are a little bit more universal, finding a clue, helping out, getting something like that. But depending on your type, you can also get things like, oh, it's a lucky landmark. I know exactly where to go. The poison is not as debilitating. A trap or dangerous bit of machinery malfunctions before it can affect you. Something happens. Now, they kind of talk about what do explorers do? Title role. What's advanced explorers? Now, a first tier, almost all the first tier characters are going to have effort of 1, basic 1 edge, 2 ciphers, basic equipment. How do we judge equipment? Expensive items, moderately priced, and 4 inexpensive items. Doesn't matter what it is. whatever seems vaguely appropriate. Roll on the d20 chart if you feel like. You don't have to though. Area, well, you get this, so it's like, okay, we get some basic skills. We get some weapons. You can't use magic, and you get some special abilities. You get 4 abilities normal. So any of these abilities can you apply? So let's say, for example, like Danger Sense. Your initiative task is eased. It's easier to do. You pay the cost each time the ability is used. So, hey, I want to make a initiative easier for me to do. Cool. How do I do that? Spend speed. You spend 1 speed point, and you are good. Hey, I want to do Decipher. I spend 1 intellect point, which if I have edge in intellect, I don't need to. And I examine it, and I make a difficult roll of difficulty 3 or higher on the language or code to get the gist of the message. Most of these do a thing, apply a thing, or allow you to, or keep you doing something. Find a way. Navigation task. If you don't know the way or are lost, attempting to blaze a new route, need to choose between 2 or more otherwise similar paths. Something similar, you know, feel free to apply free effort. You reduce the task for free. Because that's an ability you picked up. Old gods, Vladimir. We need to return to tradition. Yeah. Some of them are like, choose an edge, increase it by 1. Whenever you make an unarmed attack, it counts as a medium weapon. Cool. All might-based actions are ease. It just lowers the difficulty by 1. That's all it does. Practice with heavy weapons. You know how to do things better. Oh, good job. You've hit the 2nd tier. You get 4 more powers to kind of fuck around with. Yeah. One of the reasons this book is just huge is because they just spent a lot of time doing shit like this. So, we finally hit this section. So these are all of our character descriptors. What, did you really think you were allowed? Wait. Oh, look at this. Look at him. Look at everyone. Everybody laugh at the person who thought we could write our own character descriptors in. Of course we can't. You have to choose one of these. Because these do something, by the way. So let's say, for example, we are charming. We're a charming person. We get +2 to our intellect. All tasks, you become trained in all tasks involving positive or pleasant social interaction. That's our skill, everyone. Positive social interaction. We're resistant to charms. We know someone. We can't, anything, because we're charming, we are stupider for it. And anytime we want to resist mental attacks, it's hindered. Yeah, it's like, what? Like, all right. It's like, never good at studying or retaining knowledge. Sorry, you're clever, you're quick-witted, you're actually stupid. Like, you don't know any of this stuff, but you're smart. You do all this, you're clever. Oh, you're clumsy? You actually get problems for it, and it's like, oh. Some of these, like, this is one thing I don't much care for about Cipher system. Because you look at it and it's like, oh, your ability, because you're curious, your ability to hear or otherwise notice danger is hindered. Initiative is hindered. Like, what the fuck? Why? And now you start looking at things being like, some things are clearly better than others. Hey, you're dishonorable. You're trained in all these skills, but people don't like you. But who the fuck cares? You're a badass. There's just... Yeah, you're driven. All perception tasks are hindered. Why? That makes no sense, game. That makes no fucking sense, and you know it. Oh man, but we gotta give the person who's driven a problem, because if we don't, the game just doesn't work, apparently. Oh, you're educated, so everyone just dislikes dealing with you. Like, what are you fucking smoking? Sorry, you're a fool. You're a fool. Here's a bunch of problems that you have to do because you're stupid. No one should tick foolish. Because foolish doesn't give you anything. It actively takes things away from you. Being like, oh, well, I get. Anytime you roll for a non-combat task, roll twice to take the higher result. Yeah, you also lose intellect. You take all these different fucking penalties. Like, what? What? Like, huh? But why? But then you get things like graceful, which graceful gives you balance and movement, physical performing arts, speed defense, speed pool. Okay, is there a problem? No, there is no other problems to taking graceful. Why? What is this? Already gives you a bunch of tools. Yeah, there's a few that just feel really weird and you don't feel like they mean much. Then you take out like some make sense, like, oh, outcast. I'll say, I think the best way to think about it is that there is no consistency in cost and value. Is since there is no cost, no equivalence of cost or value, you end up in a situation where people will gravitate toward ones that are beneficial to them in the long run to make a character. Hey, I want to make a silly character. Don't make a silly character because foolish is going to cripple you. Like, no, don't pick that. Pick the optimal one and just roleplay a silly character. I'm a clown, but I'm a graceful person. Because I'm graceful, I get a bunch of fucking bonuses and no drawbacks. I just say I have a very high intellect. A graceful sage, you're gonna be really fine. People with low education is the norm, it seems. We'll get to that in a second, Draco. You are poking something that's actually a little bit interesting about this game. Scrappy is another really good one. Yeah, Sharp-Eyed. Sharp-Eyed is like, has no drawbacks, by the way, because you become trained in perception and initiative. That there's no problem. It's like, why? Why are you doing this? Come up with something fun. Like, oh god, what is going on? Like, why? Why are you doing this? I think one of the main reasons is actually because there is very few, since there are no skills, giving you skills, they have no sense of balance to them. It's not, you're going to get, every single name is going to get 4 skills, and 2 things they're not good at. But that's not a thing anymore, because, hey, it trained in any task involving intimidation, threats, or inflicting pain, and now finding and following tracks are the same thing. Well, no, you get hindered in positive social interactions now. What? Like, this one's even worse because, like, yeah, you got a skill here for positive ones, but you have an inability for like, you get one for persuasion, coercion, intimidation, but any positive social interactions, like that. Like, what? Did you think that this was gonna work? You cancel each other out. Now your focus is like things like, oh, now you're like, all right, this is gonna give you some cool little toys to play with. All right, now, it does sometimes. So let's try to find one that's fun. Craft powerful object that has its own entire section in the book. Here's what ails you. No. Where's a good one? It does what needs doing. Everyone needs to lean on in a pinch. You're the one who gets behind the scenes, fixing things, and setting them right without people even hearing a whiff about it. Choose a connection. Oh boy. GM intrusion. Now the GM can give you XP effectively by making your life worse. And every single GM intrusion is actually tied to your focus, which makes your focus actually a weird thing you don't want to focus on because you're going to get fucked in it. Repairs and tasks sometimes. Tier 1, useful. You got a lot of hands-on experience and are trained in tasks in the 3 areas hands-on skills, such as carrying, carpentry, driving, making, moonshine, running, machinery, plumbing, or electrical repair. That's my super cool power. I have to get tier 2 to get cooler things. Yeah, that's really it. Sometimes, like, some of them are fun, some of them are pretty simple. Yeah, like, some of them are like, oh yeah, you get 2 points of damage. Some of them actually give you extra power. Like 2 power, some of them just give you 1. It's... Yeah, like here, you get tier 1. Congratulations, you get tracker. But then tier 2, you get like 3 different fucking things. Tier 1, stealth skills. Yeah, there's manifests a mountain, masters the swarm, because some of them are like, yeah, you can master small creatures and you can control things, or you have powers, or you're doing something cool. Others of them are like, you get more points in your speed pool because the game has legitimately no other fucking idea of what to give you. He's like, you get more things in your intellect pool. Hey, you get cool powers. But you're also trained in all these things. You can also call upon fucking nature to attack people. Later, of course. There's a lot of these, by the way. Goods and currency. There is no money. Money does not exist because they don't tell you anything. What is inexpensive and expensive equipment? This is what it means. It's just this. You want some basic medical supplies? You want a Ouija board? Cool. You want a doctor's bag? Want some groceries? A women's haircut? A kid's wagon? Want an expensive want some moonshine? Want a pony cart? Want a bike? No one has money. You have very little armor. Armor doesn't really do anything. Yeah, weapons. Yeah, this is every weapon. You have light 4, and you have light, medium, heavy 2, 4, 6. That's all you get to do. Don't worry about it. But you also get a bonus to hitting people, or you can just shoot someone with a gun because it's an expensive item to buy a light handgun. But isn't this only moderate? Yeah, because they don't want you, for context, they don't want you to get items down here They want you to get they don't want you to get this item with your starting gear. They want you to get this item, or they want you to get this item. They want you to, something is moderate because they want you to get something moderate. They want you to get something, a fucking handgun, mind you, is technically more difficult to acquire than a hand grenade or a machete. It's like, what? All right, fine, fuck it. Fuck it. Yeah, they don't really give a shit about some of the things that it works. And I've already kind of explained how the system works, generally speaking. For TRPG. We've gone over quite a few at this point. This is Appalachia. I'll talk about it kind of determined tip. We've already discussed what the game is. We already know how things work. GM makes a free intrusion. You don't get an XP for it. You feel like it. You have bonus damage, minor effect and bonus damage, major effect and bonus damage. Because this, I want you to remember, this is a very important thing to note. This is a horror podcast. This is a melodramatic horror podcast about rural Appalachia. Let's talk about combat. A lot of different things about combat. Combat is incredibly important in this game. I don't know why, like, it feels very important and things are just kind of thrown at you. Well, here's timekeeping after the distance section, after retrying after a failure, but here's also all the major effects. But let's talk about disarming, impairing, knocking down people, and all these different things. But don't forget, you can also do these other parts. It's like, who organized this fucking book? Very weirdly organized. If I'm rushing through, it's just because I'm like, very boring. Not gonna lie. Actions. Do something. You just roll. Roll the dice, hit them. Do you hit? Yes, no. That's all you need to know. Do you hit? Yes. And damage is actually done to your might pools. How damage actually works is, you may notice I don't have any HP here. However, what I do actually have, you swarthy devil here, I technically have 26 HP. Sort of. It's anytime one of your pools falls to 0, you're going to hit a new piece of the damage track. Major results on rolls, deals only +1 damage, you have +1 effort per level. It's a lot more difficult to do anything like that. And what if my second pool hits 0? Well, now you're debilitated. Immediate distance, you're on your ass, you're bleeding out. But what happens if my third pool is depleted? You're dead. Damage is not applied to necessarily to anything in particular. If your intellect reaches 0 because of mind-boggling attacks, let's go there. Reduce your might because you've been hit. Generally speaking, I am stabbed with a weapon. I'm stabbed with a knife. I'm going to reduce my might. Might's empty. I'm going to start reducing my speed. Speed is empty. I'm going to start reducing my intellect. Armor reduces damage very slightly, but everything is very... If it says you can do 5-6 damage, let's say 5-6 damage, generally speaking, you can eat about 2-3 very bad hits or a lot of mediocre hits. But remember, you're also using this to succeed at rolls. Sometimes. Yeah. NPCs don't have that. They just have HP. They just have health like normal people. You can die, you can get back, but that's fine. Recovery's a little bit weird. Generally speaking, it is 1d6 plus whatever your tier is. And the first time you recover, we mark that. It takes 1 action to do. One action, I roll d6 plus 1, and I can recover that much pool. Cool, I've taken a little bit of damage, I can do that. Second one I do, it's going to take 10 minutes. I need to sit down, I need to wait, I need to breathe, I need to do things. Next one takes an hour. And take a while to recover something. Then I need to wait till the next day. Takes 10 hours of rest. That is... You're going to recover as much as you feel like anytime you take special damage or weird damage. Don't think about it too hard. All these things just give you edges or movement or penalties. Everything is a bonus or a penalty with these. That's all you really need to know about. You need to break something? Now, some of these are... Well, you're not really going to be moving far. That's kind of the big thing. You're not moving far in any melee combat. Because again, in this horror melodrama podcast role-playing game, we really need to know how to get into melee combat. And make sure we can positively get our distances set up. You make a short move, nothing happens. Make a long move, of course. Her movement's very different. In this horror podcast role-playing game. Don't make sure to note your difficult terrain modifiers, gravity modifiers, your chase modifiers. All to bringing us up and bringing us down. Where's the one that I thought that was completely insane, and I was like, we have escalated to the point of no return. Crafting is here. You can craft. This is also one of the first times we are mentioned back to get ciphers. Now, you may be wondering, in the cipher system, ciphers seem very important. Let's go all the way back up. So, we mentioned ciphers here. We mentioned ciphers here. Yeah, let's see. You're going to start noticing that we're just going to start quickly going down. And these are just, mind you, all of these are, we can how many ciphers we can have. We don't have any rules about what ciphers are doing. Or we're just interacting with it. So, Craft's powerful objects are interesting because this actually is the first time we can really interact with ciphers in the cipher system. And then we immediately... Then we quickly start going down. Oh! Here's another jump. Oh, 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 here's another jump. Yeah, ciphers are like hell. I don't know why they don't like ciphers at all. In the cipher system. It mentions what a cipher is? Ciphers are, in the cipher system, one-shot magic items. That's the big idea. They are one-shot magic items. Yeah, you use a cipher, it's burnt, you can't use it anymore. Sometimes they have multiple uses, but usually not many. We're talking about like 1 or 2 uses. That is all a cipher is. Yeah, I remember a bit of this from when I played Numenera. I feel bad for you. But yeah, this is using the same system as Numenera. Now, ciphers in this game are not like Numenera, which made a little bit more sense. Because it was like, here's a weird piece of ancient technology. We don't know what it does. It shoots lasers now. Cool. It inverts gravity. Oh, that's weird. Here, it's like, here is a bag of roots that lets us do something. Like, it's like, oh, you didn't think this through, did you? You didn't think about any of this, did you? Oh, no. Yeah, playing a skill you can craft, crafting ciphers, decide a level, determine what materials you need, because the materials are, like, very specific, but also, like, bone, coal, herbs, and so on. Allow the person to make a roll to see if they find it based on the table below. 1 level 2 item. Assess difficulty. Determine time to craft an item. I'm like, huh? interacting with creatures, jumping, moving heavy objects, operating or disabling a device, or picking a lock. Where is it? Riding or driving. Vehicular movement. Vehicular combat. We have the vehicular combat section in the, let me re-fucking iterate this real fast, just in case no one got this yet. In the melodramatic horror podcast role-playing game, we need the vehicular combat section. Attacks and carts. Mind-boggling. Like, the base setting assumes kind of like the 1800s, like early 1900s. So it's like, huh? Also, insight is... Insight allows you to, like, just wing it. That's the best way to kind of think about it. Like, this is a wing it mechanic. Being like, if you want to make a... Like, I want to try to find something. I want to pay a cost to get a little bit of insight. Inside the game, someone who's guarding a building a bottle and alcohol at sundown ensures the guard will be drunk by the time they infiltrate the place. Default two reasons. First, the character to be world-class con artists, lawyers, hunted players are not. And second, they're hindered by all the previous mentioned unknowns. Yeah, effectively, you can spend intellect to get bonuses, but it's an optional rule because it's like spend things there. You can get XP in advance, never really get XP in advance. Yeah, so you effectively you get a problem. You get a problem and you get some XP based out of it. You really shouldn't though. Don't give them that too much because they'll just break it. XP, GM intrusion, finishing character arcs. Which is fucking stupid. I still hate character arcs. I think this is really weird. So generally speaking, the idea behind getting a thing, what do you get XP for? Protecting what matters. Knowing the unknowable. Finding artifacts. Finding shit out. Finding things that are just cool. What can we spend it on? Benefits, medium, long-term benefits, XP to give, bonuses, XP to build houses, gain friends. There we go. Yeah, new content. Yeah, the idea is we want to acquire things that are useful in the long term. Character advancement. Anytime you get everything you need, effectively you need about 16 XP to increase your rank. But don't spend it on that, because that's a bad idea. But also it's a good idea. Don't. If you feel like it, but don't. But maybe you should? Because the game doesn't really know how to handle it, and Cypher System has never really actually known how to deal with people just spending spending XP to get something. Because it doesn't understand that. Now, we're going to talk about the character arcs. I'm going to do my best. The idea behind character arcs is these are things that XP you can use XP to buy things. Groups decide XP is not spent immediately. So, sample of arcs for characters. Steps. Anytime you complete a step on your journey, you get something. You succeed at it, 4 XP. Fail, 2. Resolution. Cool. Things go great, you get an extra XP. Every character arc is effectively, if we say it's 3, so that's 6. 10, 11. You're looking at about 11 to 13. You're looking at about 11 to 13 XP per of these. That's a good amount. Effectively full rank. Now, become a parent. Build something. Make a plan. Involves literally drawing up blueprints for a plan. Found a site. Gather materials. Construct something. Complete it. Resolution. You put the structure up. Design and use it to see if it holds up. The main thing you could say is that the entire game is about trying to complete steps along a journey of some variety. You want to make something. You want to develop a bond. Initial interactions. You attempt to make contact, sending messages or gifts, asking others for help, or just going up and saying hello. You want to run a business. Cool. Grow. You just want to... This is another... It's a meta arc. Help your neighbors. Join an organization. Raise a child. Share your home. Now lives with you. Care and feeding. Basic instruction. The rewards are many. The child loves you, relies on you, trusts you, eventually helps you. Ethical instruction. Adulthood. Yes, this is how they do things. Recovering from wounds, redemptions, repaying debts, rescuing people, righting wrongs. One of the things with this is that you're supposed to use a character arc to go on a quest to do something. Fine. But my question is very simple. Of all of this bullshit that goes on here, because we talk about it. Because this is the timeline, and we're going to talk about the timeline a little bit because it's funny. It starts in the 1700s. Now, of course, we can't read the Build Mama a Coffin right now because Build Mama a Coffin is a Patreon exclusive, similar to the Black Mouth Dog, which is also a Patreon exclusive. You did. Read the Patreon exclusives. The Door Under the Floor. Also a Patreon exclusive. Oh, you did engage with all of the different episodes, right? You did do that, right? Appalachia, weather-related disasters, a landslide. You want to go down to the flora and fauna. Living in Appalachia. Appalachia. Magic of the old gods. Can you do magic? Sort of. Sort of not. Doesn't really matter. Out of communications, occupations and commerce. They try to get you into the lore, I guess, of Appalachia. And all the things that they talk about. Are you invested in... a lot of this feels like it's very... I didn't read any of these things because it felt like all of these were for Patreon people. Not Patreon people, but like the people who like the podcast. If you like the podcast... Ooh. 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 Ah, there we go. Oh, my back didn't need that. Yeah, it's... Yeah, a lot of this is like, do you like the podcast? If the answer is, yes, I like the podcast. Cool, you're probably going to enjoy this. Do you not like the podcast or don't know what it is? Yeah, then you probably aren't going to understand what the fuck this is, nor give a shit. engage with it as much as you want. Like, this is I'm not lying when I say this is a majority of the rest of the book. This is a huge section of the book of just like getting you into the lore. So, on 311, we learn how to use ciphers. All right. Part of the cipher system. They have some ability. Ever-changing is one of the PC's abilities are fluids. Both have the role in their choice. Treasure. I've had to determine PC ability to make the game move forward. Yep. We learn about ciphers, the core of the game, on page 311 of 418. Yeah, so ciphers suck. Ciphers are kind of lame. They always have been lame. Sometimes you actually have to use things, although characters almost always can tell right away if something is a cipher, they may not know. Ciphers have dangerous. They are very... Anytime you have more ciphers than you know, it might blow up in your face. Get rid of it. Use them. That's the big thing. Use your ciphers. You got a cipher, use it. Too many ciphers roll D6. Magic fizzles. Now, you might be thinking, oh, well, we'll be able to make our very own ciphers. No, you have 100, not even 100 ciphers. That's the worst part. You have 90, I think probably about 98, 96 different ciphers. Possibly even just 90 ciphers, depending on the math here. Now, the big thing is with ciphers. Let me bring up to ciphers. Where fucking... Bring up, where is the roll? So let's say I've got the acidifity bag. It's a level 4 cipher. Flannel bag with a astafida, garlic, sawdust, and salt. Wear it around my neck. For the next day, I gain +1 armor. Additionally, all foes within the immediate range of you take 1 damage per round for as long as they stay in range. All my enemies. Say the bag. The devil can't dance when he's kneeling, and then it places it on your person. For the next 10 minutes, your attacks inflict +2 damage. Yeah. Even I don't remember. Did they even explain like cipher levels? I'm curious. No, roll against creature. Like they've. No, they don't. They don't really do anything. It used to be like like they actually did some things, but like black lung, handcrafted ball of grapevine stuff with dry destroying angel and other poisonous mushrooms. Burst to a poisonous cloud within the immediate area. That's not a super cool item. That's a fucking ball of poison. Yeah, welcome to... When I said when I said these are lame, I wasn't lying. The ciphers are lame in this game. Oh. Protect the unborn and bury and prevent miscarriage. Bury the charm in the graveyard to induce a miscarriage. Wow. Cool. I really like having the miscarriage charm. Conjure cards. Small book filled with by firelight. For the next day, all your healing tasks are easy and 1 free action. Mind you, the notebook would do burst into flames the millisecond you read it though, because You know, ciphers are one shot. I'm tired. Yeah. I don't know. The artifacts are effectively like better. And there's none. Every time you activate it, artifact still works at less time. The character needs to make a choice from let that power fade or pay the special cost to keep it alive. Yeah, like you get some like artifacts are actually kind of neat because there is actually quite a few of them and they do things. Like here's an accursed fiddle, and cool. You know, each time you activate the magic of the fiddle, it takes 2 point intellect damage. Cool. But they're still just lame. Most enemies are also pretty boring, generally speaking. Yeah, here's Sam the Fearless and Good. Ta-da! You want to fight the blank-eyed man? You want to fight a blank-eyed man? Or people have been converted to the mindless puppets of the thing who's given to you the minions. Look. There he is. He does this. He does nothing. What does he do? He attacks you. Might be intellect defense is at 5. So it's not actually 9 here. It's actually this, but they can't tell you that because they didn't think that far ahead. Defense is at level 5. Crossroads deal. Yeah. Some of the let me bring up the evil thing. They usually have to like adjust everything upwards. Yeah, might base has is level 6, intellect base. Yeah, they have to like adjust everything up. Because just like, yeah, here's a level 6 entity, but it's not a level 6 entity because we can't make it that. Not deer. Not deer is funny. I like not deer. Look at him. He's a funny Billy. To be honest, I'm pretty sure a miscarriage, but again, I'll get to that in a second. After we finish this, I'll kind of muse about it a little bit. Shuck. Hello, Shuck. Skin Tom. Snallygasters. The thing whose name sounds like Horned Head but is not. Here's the main villain of the setting. You want to fight the epitome of evil? Yeah, you could do that. Commonly known as Horned Head, his great diminished after losing a battle with the Witch Queen, in which his antlered crown was broken. His stats here represent him in a weakened state. His full power, his level and stats are too higher when it should shown here, because this is the max level you can actually get without it being physically painful. Beat up Tommy knockers. Hi, Wampus. Hey, Wampus, how you doing? Hey, Wampus, how you doing? White thing. Just a witch. It's the Witch Queen. Ta-da! The child of two skilled witches. A woman once known as Daughter Dooley and had a powerful talent and many decades of experience. Look at all her cool things. Yeah, you want to... This is the main character, so we can't really fight her. We're not really supposed to fight her because she's too cool. You want to fight a wolf sister? Yeah, wrongness, yeah, you can do that. Some adventures. So, here's the thing with Old Gods of Appalachia. Here's the thing with this game. I have no fucking clue why it is a cipher system game. I'm going to say that right now. I have zero idea. outside someone pulled strings or someone was just a fan of the podcast. The pitch is fun. Like, it's one of those weird things where it's like, the cipher system is weird. I'm not a huge fan of it, but I understand people who do like it. Don't get me wrong. I understand people who do like it, and I got no issue with the game, just not my thing. I don't like spending resources. I've never been a fan of spending resources to do things. I like spending resources to get bonuses, not spending resources to get to a thing. I don't like that very much. It's never been my jam. I understand people who do like cipher system. And I could understand I want to play Appalachia, I want to enjoy what this podcast is all about, I like the horror aspects, kind of the weird setting they've built. Cool, that's great. This is peanut butter and mayonnaise. This does not go together. Why is there vehicle combat in this game? Why even bother mentioning it? It's not relevant. Why is there a full combat system in this game? Why? Apparently they just never get into fights. Like, if there was a conflict system, if there was like a conflict resolution system, like we are in a conflict with one another. There's 6 of us and we're in a fight and something is trying to oppose us. Okay. But that same system should be able to be resolved with we're in a debate over the future of a community. We're trying to appeal our friend's innocence. We're trying to, solve a riddle. All of those should use the same thing, not like here's a special combat system with like damage and weapons and shit. That feels really out of place. But it's a big part of this because all of about a third of the features of a character play into the combat system or are about combat, not really about this and how specific some of them are. Honestly, I should just be able to write in what my character is and have a very good idea of who they are. I'm a guy rolling into town, it's like something's weird about it. Hey, I'm a local and I've been fighting the good fight for years or whatever. And then that kind of feeds into what Oregon you just said there. The ciphers feel out of place for what it's doing. It's like, oh, congratulations, you got a cipher. It's not like a thing usually, like a cool thing. It's like, you got a potion to cause miscarriages. I'm like, that feels weird. Like, no. What? That feels so out of place. If it was just, hey, you're the person who can make these weird charms, and there's like a witch who can make weird charms that do weird things. Cool. Have a weird charm section of this, like, hey, you want to do this? This is, enunciate what you want to happen. Get the necessary materials, make a roll. You can, if you botch the roll, you still get something. You don't quite know what it's going to do, though. Or it's going to blow up in your face. Or maybe, it's like, hey, you took shortcuts. You don't really know what the effects are going to be. Cool. That's fine. This is easy. You can actually get a lot of thematics in there of more of the magic is belief. And that could make some interesting character dynamics. Characters who really rely on that versus the character who's just going to pull out a gun and shoot the being from beyond the color. Beyond the forest. Just like gun, like... Oh no, there's a problem. What if I just shoot you with a bullet out of my gun? Huh? Ever thought about that, bitch? But the game isn't that. That's the part that baffles me about this game, is that it feels really disconnected. There is 2 good ideas here, but they have merged together to form something lesser than the sum of its parts. Is someone going to enjoy this? Yeah, I can guarantee you they're going to ignore a third of the system, though. And I don't know why you would put in things like the vehicle combat rules outside a single, side note, being like, you're going in a car, or even, folded into malices and problems. But it's like, why even have that? Why make it that complicated at that point? Unironically, I would say a PBTA game would be better for the Old Gods of Appalachia. This is me speaking here. I say PBTA would be a better option. Forged in the Dark would be a better option than what's currently here. I don't know why they did it this way. It's very strange. Not bad, just wrong. But that's it. Welcome to horror. Horror is there. It's present. Let's just do not kick. We don't want to do kick. Kick. Hey kids, want to join my kick? Does anyone use kick anymore that isn't like a horrible human being? Like, that's always my question. Let's I'm gonna try to log in here real fast. Hello, Kickstarter. Gamu. Lord Gamu. Let's learn about some games on tabletop games. Learn about the newest tabletop games on Kickstarter. This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be my final horror moment. Oh Jesus. Okay. We can do this. Dice Towers. Trading card game and graphic novel. Time Punk. Time Punk? Time Punk. We're okay, we're Time Punk. Okay, this is fine. An advent calendar game book. Euphoria meets OnlyFans. Why? But why though? Printable war game. Goblin dice. Dungeons and potions. Okay, alright. Let's God, why? Shadow Dark. Ooh, I love Shadow Dark. Shadow Dark truly is the best role-playing game in 50 years. There have been no other games. No games exist except Shadow Dark. It was the first and it will be the last. Shadow Dark is the final game. Living board game? What? First Clash Involver game. Clash Involver? Yeah, this is the new edition of the best fan. This is the new Axe game. Because we've been talking about the Axe game a little. Healing dice. Why? Generate amazing D&D characters with AI. AI Dungeon Master app. $24,000 funded. It is, oh God. Oh God. Why do I do this to myself? Okay, let's just... Demon Rush. Let's learn about Demon Rush, the new trading card game. Mastar Media. You're a YouTuber. Well, we got a Mastar Media. Demon Rush manga trading card game. Oh, he's an AniTuber. Oh God, he's an AniTuber. This is the lame. Oh no. God, fuckers gave him money. He needed $1,000. That's all he fucking needed. Like, he is literally an Annie-tuber who has Demon Rush to the app stores, holding $10,000 cash prize tournament because he makes Annie-tuber shit. Like he completely failed to understand what makes anime fun. You paid him. Anime with legendary vat. Okay. Chrono Rogue. Let's learn about Chrono Rogue. Adventure Tabletop combines time travel and piracy against bring back to struggle from a doomed fate. Blades will be drawn, treasure will be seized. Chrono Rogue. Travels through time and history, stole beautiful activity, murder world leaders, and topple empires with subtle or revert action. Let me guess, am I going to kill Hitler in this game? Am I going to kill Hitler? Classes. Alright. Looks like he just... Mechanics... There's received jumps from the Void Barons. No. Trend. What is the system though? 2d10. Okay, it's a 2d10 system. Very dark setting. Well, it's made its money. So the Time Punk game is here. The time, I can't get over that. Every day I now know that exists and I hate. Gambit RPG. What's Gambit RPG about? Is it, this is my game. Using a deck of playing cards instead of, we have never seen a deck of playing cards ever used for a role-playing game. Never ever have we seen that before. Simple process. Never seen that. Team-based RNG. It's weaker, but can also inspire others, strengthen them. It's team-building experience. Locked to your own luck. Item cards. The Witch Who Survived. Let's learn about the Witch Who Survived. Life entangled with magic. Play as a witch, the bearer of magic and knowledge. The paranormal is shrouded in doubts and lies in order to survive at any cost. In your commune, Pamen, reminding the normal balance. Play center in long nights, action center. Player in physical creatures or dark creatures. Okay, it's a D10, D6. Kind of seems... I wonder if it's like a... I mean, I'm assuming... No, okay. So it looks like it is like a character-based game, so we're all witches together. What was your other game that you... Oh. Oh, yeah. Okay. So you just fucked up. Well, color me interested. Making good money. It's got plenty of time, so it's probably... This made an absurd amount of money. Like a way too much money kind of thing. Living board game. Being continued updated with compelling new content. What the fuck does that mean? What is that? What does that mean? Your character box, evolve your character, an open world realm, separately available world you're exploring. What? Are associated with specific your personal quest. Tends to emotionally different experience. There's no combat in Spirit Fire. Instead, experience conflict and pressure and suspense countless times. Align with your vision. Up into and out of various realms. Full of encounters and quests to uncover, perpetually engaging. No combat though. Open new content packs. Overcome the burdens that haunt you. It's your circumstances as needed. What the fuck are you proposing, ma'am? Alright, and this is kind of a weird one. Alright. Not my thing, but I get it. I don't know. I'm already looking at this shit. I'm like, nope, fuck that. Axe. Hello, Axe 2. Electric Boogaloo. Axe 2. Electric Boogaloo. Let's see. Are people mad at him? We seek advice for our recent... Please. YouTube actual play videos. Love Axe. Excited about the project. Last era stuff. Wonder if we can get a whole document. Makes 5 characters die. Will be epic high tier fun. Yeah, it looks like it's done pretty good for itself. Or all the drama that he's been in. So, I mean, that's all you can say. Why do you exist? God, this made so much money already, relatively speaking. Even though I know this, I've seen this before, because it looks the exact same as every other thing. Okay, back to when personality evolve. Let's see. The Underground action movie RPG. Another one. Another action movie TTRPG. I love action movie TTRPG. Let's see. Core value, D12, D6, combat situation, action-packed missions. See, the set storyline. Plot point mechanics. Guffins. Color me interested. Never seen something like this, but he clearly knows what he's wanting to do. It looks like there's a lot of stuff going on. $250. 8 people already backed that. That's kind of weird. That's very weird. That many people have backed that, but hey, what do I know? Found family. I love found family things. Tell me more about my found family. Maybe I don't want to find them. Ever thought about that? Have you ever thought I don't want to find my family? No. You like Morkborg? I love Morkborg. Meow Meow Kaiju Fight. Alright, let's go into Meow Meow Kaiju Fight. What could possibly go wrong here? Well, the Lord of RPG, a Christian Evangelist RPG. Oh, we're so fucking back, boys. We're so back. Based Dracula's Girls, like the Troika Witches. Let's see. Gotta be something here, right? You wouldn't just be posting garbage now, would you, Kickstarter? Sons of Yamamoto. IJN. 5e, it's of course, it's a 5e adventure. I love 5e adventures. Do. A new 5e sci-fi conversion adventure. Wow, never seen one of those before. Wow. Ooh, the gun belt. All right. Moo. Let's we're finding stuff. Ezra Net. Okay, they're actually doing 2 versions of this. Build walls and temple for the returning exiles of ancient Jerusalem in this 1 to 4 person thematic thematic strategy game. Meat Grinder. Color yourself happy. Car Wars Companion for 6th edition. Oh, that's cool. Car Wars. Everyone likes Car Wars. $2 million for a dice throne. Awesome, cool. Moonlight on Roseville Beach. All right. Let's look at. I'm curious. We got a Doom song. Lord have a horror TRPG. It's all adding up, boys. We can do it. Let's a new trading card game. Man, these suck. Okay, so your isekai adventure awaits. No, I don't want to get isekai. Fuck that. That sounds scary. Let's see. So, friendship or love in my pirate adventure. Scurvy buggers. We play as a crew of pirates, finding family on the high seas. Wait, aren't most of us? Wait, no, we can't do that. The genteel. Wait a second. Oh, it's Polymorph. I remember Polymorph. Polymorph is a weird game. We've gone over one of its systems before for a Magical Girl game. I remember enjoying. I remember liking Polymorph. Not saying it's perfect. I remember saying that it definitely does exist. Hello, Christian role-playing games. Bro, I'm ready for Christian role-playing. For the Lord RPG. For the Lord RPG, Apostles of the Apocalypse. As missionaries, but in a wasteland wander. Evangelion. Evangelion. We use our flamethrowers against mutant killer plants to blow up mutant marauders roadsters with mini launchers. War 50 cal with ready for the good book to be opened for ye free and ye survivor to clutches of mutant worshipping cults with a K. Survived nuclear holocaust. Christians were confined to prison camps 100 years before. Well suited, fortified, and protect the Christians from the worst of the nuclear ravages. So, 100 years afterwards, Christian bastions realized they need to go out and find survivors, get the gospel out, plant churches, and rebuild the world. I'm surprised he didn't go for just, like, a full-on... I'm amazed he didn't go for just, like, Canticle for Leibowitz. But I guess that's not... Or the Lord RPG. Christian role-playing game, and... Funding unsuccessful. 5e Swamp Sandbox. For the Lord. There we go. For the Lord RPG. 38 others. Oh boy. I think we need to know where we need to find this. We need to... Oh, Luca! I need Luca to find this for me. Oh, Luca! Oi, Luca, Kino inbound. So, yeah, all right. So, one shots. It's like looks like it's literally like a hex crawl system. It looks nice. The idea is actually interesting. Creationist. Oh, he's a creationist, conservative, Calvinist, child rights, capitalist curmudgeon. Oh, dude. Oh, we got fucking Kino on the menu, boys, bro. I love it. Yeah, we got Calvinists. Again, like, honest to God, a Canticle for Leibowitz RPG would be fucking amazing, and I will be the one to write it. Let me write the Canticle for Leibowitz, the role-playing game experience. Simple game mechanics, let's see. Alien Cowboys, I do like Alien Cowboys. There's Pioneers called Burdens. Quick stop. That looks a little worrying. Don't just take our word for it. Oh my god. I see a cowboy riding a dinosaur. This is already perfect. I mean, color me interested. I'll say that. You're asking for quite a lot. What are your other games do? Real fun. What have you done previously? Card games, Inktober, like you got a few card games. Kind of a weird Geekster Games? Who the fuck is Geekster Games? Wait, Geekster Games are these guys. Wait a second. Gamescom Asia? They're Singaporean. Oh, that makes sense. They're Singaporean. So they can't go on Kickstarter. So they're going through another company. Alright. That's actually, completely fucking random. That's me. This is completely fucking random. Yeah, real fun. Okay, illustrated by Kerry Varner. Yeah, looks like they're working with that. Looks like that's a Singaporean studio, but Singapore can't get money out. So yeah, Cosmic Horror and any winning game, you're just reprinting it seems. That's cool. Doom Song. Tell me more about Doom Song, horror TTRPG. Golden Doom coin. One will be sent out to exactly one fortunate back. A role-playing macabre creatures imagined with grim surprise. The traitor gods. Character's origins will shout on you were born into. Alright, it's kind of interesting. Looks like it's kind of do not roll for initiative. Pact will start a combat, choose their action simultaneously. What are they going to do? Every attack brings 10 to be injury. That's an action dice. Alright, yep. Color me interested. Where are you from, anyway? Nottingham. Caesar Inc. I've heard of you. What have you done before? No. Must be someone else. Oh, yeah, alright. I may as well check out Itch. I will check out itch.io, even though it's a terrible mistake, because nothing good happens on itch.io. Wow, Shadow Lords mini system 3E. Fucking told you. The Scooby-Doo project. Play the Scooby-Doo gang. What? Right. Oh. Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Let's see. is going. Christian RPG is free, by the way. Let me pop into the Discord real quick. Oh, cool. I didn't know it was free. Yeah, no, I will slap that in meme games. Obviously. The sequel to again, with the sequel of Dragon Raid coming out, I mean, truly, I mean, we don't need anything else in this beautiful world of ours. Yeah, this is a lot of Spanish stuff. Yeah. Nothing's really grabbing my eye here. Yeah, alright. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna call it here. With the Scooby-Doo project, Book of Mystery. Is it really a love letter when you just say that it is? So, thank you all for watching. My name is Notepad Anon. Hope you had a fun time. Hope you all had a fun time. Tomorrow, most likely, we will... It kind of depends on what tomorrow's looking like. We might not. We will hang out. It'll be a fun time. Let's think. What's on the menu? We have next week. If things go not perfect, we're going to finish up Fear and Hunger on Monday. Things go better, we might finish it up tomorrow. Kind of depends on how things add up. Next week, I might only do one video. It might actually just be 2 detoxes. Or like it might be 2 really short videos. Probably nothing huge. This last week kind of murdered me in that regard. I'll see the end of the month, obviously. I got some other work to do, but yep. Hopefully everyone had a fun time. Godspeed, good luck. This will hopefully... I'm going to try to get this up on the 31st. That's going to be the plan, is uploading all of this on Halloween itself, so people can be like, Halloween stream. But yes, thank you. Godspeed, good luck. And I will see you all maybe tomorrow, or maybe not. Who knows?